Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I now call to order the 102nd National Convention of DAV and DAV Auxiliary. I'm honored to invite National Adjutant Barry Jesenowski to read the call to convention.
Thank you. The Constitution and bylaws of DAV, Disabled American Veterans, state that the supreme legislative powers of this organization shall be vested in an annual national convention composed of the national officers and representatives of the state departments and our chapters. As National Adjutant and Secretary for this event, I'm honored to officially declare the 102nd National Convention of Disabled American Veterans to be convened in Phoenix, Arizona at 8:30 a.m. Saturday, August 3rd, 2024. Consideration and disposition of business brought before this convention shall be conducted in accordance with the national Constitution and bylaws now in force.
Please silence your cell phones and other mobile devices. Here to present colors is the Department of Arizona Color Guard. Members include John McNeil, Johnny Stewart, Nancy Welsh, Maria Snyder, Irene Bach, and Carlos Herrera. Present colors. Ladies and gentlemen, from Mesa, Arizona, Jacob Peterson will perform a trumpet solo of the national anthem. Jacob has been a bugler with Bugles Across America for 14 years, honoring veterans in appreciation of their service. Jacob also plays trumpet for the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary Band. Thank you, Jacob, for that truly beautiful performance. Now please remain standing and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the Department of Arizona Color Guard for their wonderful presentation and getting our 102nd National Convention started the right way. I'd like to call on our National Chaplain, Deborah Varner Dancer, to lead us in prayer.
Good morning. Let us pray. Almighty Creator, once and again we come to give you thanks. Help us to be reminded to whom much is given, much is required. As we remain faithful in our diligence, in our work, and all that you've given us this great task to do, help us to remember that we walk hand in hand with our fellow country, our fellow veterans, and their family. Give us a continuing grace as we invoke your presence here today and throughout this conference, that we may be the better and the greater for that of. These and all things that we ask in your name. And the people said, Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. Please be seated. Like another DAV leader you may know, Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego is the second woman in history to hold her office. Elected to her current post in 2018, Mayor Gallego has made honoring local veterans an important part of her job, from recognizing the sacrifices of those who served in the community to helping ensure a $10.5 million allocation to provide a path of empowerment to homeless or at-risk veterans in the city. She has shown a unique commitment to this community. Please give a round of applause to Mayor Gallego.
I'm glad you came.
Thank you, Commander. Welcome to Phoenix. We are so honored to have you here today, and we're committed to making sure this is a fabulous convention experience. We are the 5th largest city in the United States and working hard to be one of the most friendly for our veterans. We hope it is a great experience, whether you arrived at Sky Harbor Airport, where our terminals are named for veterans, or if you drove here. We want to be a great city to honor those who made our country so strong. Arizona is home to many of our finest military installations and a very robust community of veterans. And our city of Phoenix is really powered by veterans, whether it be our police force, which is about 1/3 veterans, or our amazing Veterans Commission, which advises us on the work we do to be more and more supportive and friendly to veterans. Not far from here, you can see a wonderful incubator we have to help veterans start businesses, and we have a robust transportation system, which we work to get better every day. We are not perfect, and we always learn, so we recently made some upgrades that were suggested by one of our master sergeants living at the State Veterans Home. He served in the Vietnam War and unfortunately is without 3 of his limbs. He came up with some designs, or some suggestions about how to improve the accessibility of the system, and we were able to spend millions of dollars to upgrade it so that he can travel more independently. We are also home to a very large and strong VA program. I got some personal experience with it. The father of my kiddo served in Iraq, and when he came home, he had a very injured leg. I got to tell you, I am so thankful for DAV and the work you do. For those of us who did not serve in the military, the language of the VA is a little bit confusing. It's like learning a whole new language for some of us with so many new abbreviations and numbers. So thank you to all veterans who help other veterans navigate the system. The navigation was tough, but his surgeon was incredible. The nurses were so caring and so wanted to support his success. And with help with navigation, it's just incredible what we can do to support our veterans. But I know you're here because we need to continue to do better. So thank you for choosing Phoenix. We hope that you have an incredible meeting. Our downtown is full of wonderful restaurants and cultural experiences. We're home to the pizza place, Pizzeria Bianco, featured on the first edition of Chef's Table. I don't want to get in trouble, but some people have said it's among the best pizza in the country. If you're from New York and Chicago, you can boo. We're also home to the country's largest musical instrument museum, if you love music, and wonderful sports venues, many of which are not far from here. So we really hope that you enjoy our great city. We have more acres of parks than any other city in the country, but I feel like given our weather right now, I don't know that I'll recommend a visit immediately. But maybe you can enjoy the beautiful vistas. Phoenix, again, is just so thankful for you for choosing our convention center for this important meeting, and we're committed to doing our part to make sure you have an incredible meeting. Thank you to your leadership, Commander, and have a great, great convention. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce you to our 2024 National Convention Chair, Ronald Cox, an Army veteran. What was that? Are you guys going to do that every time? I mean, I bet if there's an Army bugle, I bet if you're doing it for my branch of service, we're surely going to hear it for the Marine Corps and the United States Navy. The Air Force? I hope you guys don't forget about the Coast Guard. You guys are so smart. What are you going to do for the Space Force? Very good. Very funny. Let's get back to work. Ron Cox, past department commander of the Department of Arizona, proudly served our nation during the Vietnam and Cold War eras. He was discharged from the military due to illness in 1982. Cox has been a member of Chapter 26 in Benson, Arizona since 1992, and has spent over 2 decades serving DAV in numerous positions at the chapter and department levels. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ronald Cox.
Thank you, Commander Espinosa, for that very kind introduction. Good morning, DAV and auxiliary. On behalf of the DAV Department of Arizona, welcome to Phoenix. National Commander Espinosa, National Adjutant Jesenowski, National Line Officers, Auxiliary National Commander Hurley, Auxiliary National Adjutant Kloss, Auxiliary National Line Officers, distinguished guests, and my fellow DAV members. If I may, I would like to give a special shout out to my home chapter, DAV Chapter 26, and the amazing Department of Arizona. DAV and state auxiliary members, please stand if you're able and be recognized for your contributions. I can't see them. It is an honor to serve as the convention chairperson for the 102nd DAV and DAV National Convention, Auxiliary National Convention. I am thrilled to welcome you to the Grand Canyon State, home to one of the first national parks in the United States. The Red Rock walls and turquoise waters of the Grand Canyon actually inspired the architecture of the Phoenix Convention Center. Although we have a full schedule of activities for the organization we know and love, I hope you have the opportunity to explore some of what makes Phoenix unique, with plenty of water breaks, of course. With over 50 murals downtown, Phoenix has a walkable arts district, which is home to arts galleries, wonderful restaurants, and local shops. There are museums filled with rich cultural history, including the Desert Botanical Garden, which has the world's largest collection of desert plants, and the Heard Museum, which is dedicated to the advancement of American Indian art. Speaking of Native Americans, it is fitting at this time that we pay tribute to those who inhabited these lands for thousands of years. Arizona is home to 22 tribes and nearly 300,000 Native Americans, which is the second largest of any state. And as many of you know, Native Americans served the military at a higher percentage rate than any ethnic group. To honor my fellow Arizonans who are the original people of our beautiful nation, I am honored to introduce O.J. Mose, a Navajo whose godfathers served in the United States Marine Corps. He will perform two songs honoring the service and sacrifices of veterans and their families. First is the flag song, which is considered the national anthem of America's native peoples. The second song will sound familiar to all of you. The Victories performance honors resiliency. It is the thanks O.J. and his people hold for all who serve our great nation. At this time, I'd like to ask everyone to please rise. Men, if your headgear is not uniform related, please remove it at this time. Also, you're invited to salute for the first song. Please welcome O.J. Mose of the Navajo Nation.
shoko da na da
Just incredible. Another round of applause. Mr. Mose and all of the Native American veterans who served in uniform of our great nation. As we look ahead over the next 4 days, I hope you have a chance to connect with fellow members and feel energized for the year ahead. All of us here hold the same sacred mission close to our heart, to keep the promise to our men and women who served and sacrificed for our great nation. Let's keep that at the top of our mind throughout the convention. Thank you for your great tireless work for veterans and their families. I hope you have a wonderful time here in Phoenix.
And now, your DAV auxiliary staff and national officers. National Auxiliary Adjutant, Bunny Kloss of Kentucky. National Chaplain, Aurora Lee Nicodemus of New Hampshire. Judge Advocate Paula Raymond of Illinois. Fourth Junior Vice Commander Carolyn Harris of Alabama. Third Junior Vice Commander Kathleen Wenthy of Louisiana. Second Junior Vice Commander Terry Grabowski of New York. First Junior Vice Commander Melissa Pierce of Iowa. Senior Vice Commander Christopher Easley of Oklahoma. Your DAV Auxiliary National Commander, Anne Marie Hurley of Massachusetts. your DAV National Officers. Your past National Commander and Chairman of the Board, from Great Falls, Montana, Joe Parsetich. Hailing from Birmingham, Alabama, our National Chaplain, Deborah Varner Dancer. The pride of Grand Forks, North Dakota, our National Judge Advocate, Mike Dobmeyer. Your 4th Junior Vice Commander, from Bolivia, North Carolina, Jim Procunior. Your 3rd Junior Vice Commander, from Portsmouth, Virginia, Cynthia Madison. Your 2nd Junior Vice Commander, from Conway, Arkansas, John Donovan. Your 1st Junior Vice Commander, from Jamaica Plain, Massachusetts, Coleman Nee. And finally, welcome to the stage, from Sherman Oaks, California, your Senior Vice Commander, Dan Contreras.
Good morning. It is my great honor. Army, yes, definitely. Let's hear it. Right on. It is my great honor to introduce my friend and your National Commander, Nancy Espinoza. Commander Espinoza is a service-connected disabled veteran of the Army, Reserve, and National Guard. She's a proud member of the DAV Department of Utah and Chapter 14 and has served in numerous local, state, and national positions. Last year, Espinoza was elected by DAV members to lead our national organization, becoming just the 2nd woman and the 1st Latina to do so. Commander Espinoza comes from a long line of military service, a legacy that has continued through her 2 sons. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I introduce your National Commander, Nancy Espinoza.
Thank you, Dan. Good morning and welcome to Phoenix, Arizona. Thank you to everyone who made the trip here. This week is a unique opportunity for us to come together from all corners of the country in service to the same mission. Part of this week is about celebrating you. We celebrate DAV's selfless volunteers, dedicated members, auxiliary, and generous partners. Some of you will rightfully receive awards in recognition of your efforts this past year. But make no mistake, everyone in this room makes up the fuel that keeps DAV running strong. It certainly kept me going this past year as your National Commander. Over the past 12 months, I've had the honor of meeting DAV and auxiliary members across the country. I've been reminded of how lucky we are to have such a devoted, service-minded men and women in our ranks. The pinnacle for me was our midwinter conference. This is where I really got to see our members in action. You went from office to office on Capitol Hill, making your voice, our voice, heard loud and clear. You looked lawmakers in the eyes and reminded them of their obligation to America's service members and veterans. You advocated for yourself and for others. When I had the great and somewhat daunting privilege of testifying in front of the Senate and House Veterans Affairs Committee, I knew all of you were behind me. I felt your support that day. Knowing you had my back, I was able to share with legislators part of my own story. I told them of some of my personal hardships and how after serving my country honorably, I struggled to access the care I'd earned and needed. When I separated from the New Mexico National Guard in 1990, I turned to the VA for care. Unfortunately, VA was ill-equipped to address my health care needs as a woman, and if the VA couldn't provide gender-tailored care, then I didn't trust it could handle my mental health care needs. Today, I regularly use VA health care, and overall, I'm satisfied with the quality of that care. Much has improved since 1990, but unfortunately, my experience is not unique. Women veterans have historically been overlooked and underserved in a system quite literally built for men. While significant progress has been made in more recent years, the VA continues to play catch-up to serve the fastest-growing demographic of veterans. That's why in the days leading up to midwinter, DAV released its third report dedicated to women veterans, The Journey to Mental Wellness. The report showed us how urgently change is needed and how high the stakes are. Between 2020 and 2021, the suicide rate among women veterans jumped 24.1%. Women Veterans, The Journey to Mental Wellness details the unique risk factors contributing to the staggering increase in suicide among women veterans. The report further shows how the system charged with their mental health care can and must do better. Take, for example, just one of the gaps identified in the report. VA's innovative model that uses AI to predict suicide risk and allows providers to intervene earlier has shown promising success. And yet that model does not consider military sexual trauma, something 1 in 3 women veterans experience, and it's a known risk factor for suicide. Addressing that glaring gap is just one of 50 recommendations DAV makes in the report. Importantly, DAV's report included personal stories from women veterans. Some of them are here today. They put faces and names to numbers and abstract ideas. They showed all of us why we must do better. They inspired us to fight harder. Since the report's release, many of you have helped shepherd it into the hands of policymakers and lawmakers. You've hosted roundtables and events and shared the report with your fellow veterans. Some of you have already brought awareness and change within your own communities. Thank you. That kind of grassroots advocacy is a foundation of DAV. We will continue to work with Congress to introduce legislation that addresses the issues laid out in our report. I urge all of you to monitor DAV CAN alerts so you can continue to advocate for your fellow veterans. I've also been incredibly moved by how DAV continues to change lives one at a time. I was lucky enough to attend the National Disabled Veterans Golf Clinic in Riverside, Iowa, and the National Disabled Veterans Winter Sports Clinic in Snowmass, Colorado. I witnessed veterans do things they thought they would never do again. Their joy was palpable, infectious. Of course, I had to join in. In Iowa, I summited the rock wall, and in Colorado, I flew down a mountainside in a sit ski. It was great fun. I was reminded of the incredible power of adaptive sports. Just as powerful is the community of fellow veterans eager to support their brothers and sisters. It's no wonder that lives are changed and saved at those events. On a personal note, this past year has changed me. I know that in part because so many of you keep reminding me. I'm told I was a quiet 4th Junior Vice. Well, I'm not quiet anymore. After a year as your national commander and having experienced this organization from the ground up, I feel more motivated, inspired, and equipped than ever to serve veterans. While I fully intend to stay involved in national advocacy, I'm eager to get back to Utah to help make my own department and chapter the best they can be. Department of Utah and Chapter 14, I hope you're ready. The same goes for every department and every chapter. We need all of you to bring energy and focus. We need your continued diligence and dedication as DAV expands how it serves veterans and their families. Last fall, DAV launched DAV Caregiver Support, a no-cost concierge service that provides resources to caregivers of veterans. Everyone in DAV, and we know this is true of our auxiliary partners, knows someone whose life can be truly renewed through this initiative. Not only does this create a whole new avenue where we can better the lives of veterans and keep them in their homes longer, it recognizes the service of those who dedicate their lives to the well-being of our deserving heroes. This year, DAV also held its first Community Impact Day, a day when volunteers and members across the country sprung into action to help veterans in need and raise awareness of veterans' issues. We even saw the launch of DAV's gaming channel on Twitch, offering a new way of connecting with veterans and bringing our services to them. So as you can see, DAV continues to evolve in our offerings. Now more than ever, we create meaningful experiences and opportunities to support veterans and connect them with our life-changing programs. We must also continue to make sure Congress and VA are keeping the promise to all veterans. Next month, DAV will release another special report. Once again, we're taking aim at toxic exposures. While the PACT Act was a huge victory for veterans across eras, locations, and toxic exposures, too many veterans were left out. Furthermore, the process of recognizing toxic exposures and establishing presumptive diseases must be overhauled to ensure veterans of future generations don't have to wait decades for benefits and life-saving care. So my fellow DAV members, get ready to sound the alarm on that and more. This week, we will elect our next national commander and determine our line for the year ahead. I am confident that you will do for them what you did for me in my term. You will have their back, and they will have yours. That's what we do. I want to thank a few people in particular who I relied on during my tenure. First and foremost, thank you to my family. Without your understanding, patience, and support, I could not have stepped up the way I was called to this year. Special thanks to my sons Ian, who is a Navy veteran, and Eric, an Air Force veteran. I'd like to thank my mother, Eleanor Espinosa. She taught me so many of the qualities that make a good service member: resiliency, adaptability, and hard work. She insisted my sister and I be independent and responsible for our own lives. That's how I found myself answering an ad and joining the United States Army Reserves. I must also thank the veterans in my family who came before me and modeled service. My father, World War II Army veteran, DAV member Joe Delfino Espinosa. My uncle Benny Chavez, a Korean War Army veteran and fellow Chapter 14 member. And lastly, my uncle Fred Chavez, a World War II Marine veteran. And the only reason I'll refrain from making crayon jokes this morning. It was my Uncle Fred who ultimately kick-started my service with DAV. So I guess Marines do some things right. Sorry, Uncle Fred, I couldn't resist. I also want to thank my Chief of Staff, Department of Wyoming Adjutant Floyd Watson, Jr. Along with my fellow Utahns and District 17. A big thank you to Adjutant Barry Jesenowski for your example and leadership. I'm also grateful for the generous support I received from National Headquarters Executive Director Cody Van Boxel and Washington Headquarters Executive Director Randy Reese. Our team members at both headquarters and across the country are the best of the best. Thank you to everyone who welcomed me and guided me through my tenure. And of course, thank you to all of you, not just for what you've done for me and this organization, but what I know you will do. Because of you and all the people I've mentioned, I feel only optimistic about our future. And don't forget, I may not be your national commander after this week, but I'm always your sister in arms. Thank you.
Commander, your fierce and passionate leadership has been an inspiration to the entire organization. This extends beyond this past year as National Commander and throughout your long tenure as a DAV advocate and leader. Thank you for your mentorship, your generosity, and for setting a high bar for leaders to come. I move to accept the National Commander's report. May I have a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
And now let me introduce the governing body of this fine organization, your DAV National Executive Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and be recognized. And I ask that the Auxiliary National Executive Committee stand to be recognized. Thank you. It now gives me tremendous pleasure to introduce a friend to all our nation's veterans and their families, Auxiliary National Commander Anne Marie Hurley. An auxiliary member for more than 40 years, Anne Marie belongs to Silver Star JFK Memorial Unit 3 in Dorchester, Massachusetts, where she has served as treasurer since the unit's inception. Anne Marie's time in the line of succession toward Auxiliary's top position has come after a career spent working as secretary and treasurer for the DAV Department of Massachusetts. In her time in the Auxiliary, she has worked with units to keep them closely focused on our shared mission of making a difference in the lives of disabled veterans and their families. As Auxiliary National Commander, she was a staunch advocate for caregivers, volunteerism, and innovation in her organization's efforts to support and bolster the success of DAV. I'm proud to call her a trusted friend and leader. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome DAV Auxiliary National Commander Anne Marie Hurley.
Thank you all. I'm going to do my thanks first so I don't forget. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today, for your support of the DAV and the Auxiliary, and for all of the work that you do through the year for our veterans and their families. Thank you. And I also want to give high honors to the Department of Massachusetts, DAV and Auxiliary, an enormously fantastic group whom I love and I've been with since 1972. And thank everyone again. I'm happy to be here with you today. I have to say that my time as DAV Auxiliary Commander has had many special and memorable moments. Everything from waving to people from a parade to representing you in Congress on Capitol Hill. While many things in this past year stand out in my memory, watching you, the Auxiliary members, the DAV, showing up and supporting our mission to assist disabled veterans and their families is on top of that list. This year, with our support, the DAV started the new Caregiver Support Program for friends and family members caring for those who served. Veteran caregivers have access now to no-cost support and can access online resources to assist with their care. With this program, every veteran caregiver receives a personalized care plan from a trained veteran caregiver specialist. Speaking from many years of experience, this would help reduce stress and depression for both the caregiver and the veteran. Another popular program is DAV Auxiliary for Kids. That's the number 4. DAV Auxiliary for Kids. This program for children between the ages of 3 and high school whose parent or legal guardian is an injured or ill veteran with financial needs. When these children want to attend a special camp or hope to participate in an extracurricular program and would otherwise not be able to afford to go, the initiative provides up to $500 a year to help facilitate their dreams. To date, oh yes, that's been awesome. To date, DAV Auxiliary for Kids has supported the dreams of 24 children. But let's see if we can double that number in the next year. Another outstanding auxiliary initiative that's making a difference for people is the Auxiliary Scholarship Program. Through this program, qualified full-time students may receive up to $2,500, with part-timers getting up to $750. I'm ecstatic to say that last year, the auxiliary paid out a total of 17 scholarships with a total amount of $40,000. Another bright, shining light of the auxiliary is the Family Assistance Program. You may remember this is the old service program, but we saw a need for change, a change for the better, too. Now, the veteran and their spouse or children may ask for help in an emergency financial situation. If you or someone you know could use some help, the application and consent form for this program are on our website. These programs are great to have in our toolbox, but our most important tool is you, the auxiliary member. Last year, our auxiliary members gave over 148,000 hours of their own time in community service. As part of that community service, we drove over 342,000 miles in support of our veterans, and the community service donation amount was just over $500,000. And our junior members, they clocked in almost 25,000 hours in support of the auxiliary as well. Our members are simply the best around. Examples of our members are like John D. Wessinger from Unit 19 in South Carolina and the State Department of South Dakota. Join me in congratulating them on being the 2023-24 membership incentive winners. Also, last year, the auxiliary had a contest. Anyone signing up 5 new paid members was entered in the contest. For the winner, well, they had an option of a free trip to either the 2024 National Fall Conference in Lawrenceburg, Indiana, or the 2025 National Convention in Las Vegas, Nevada. All right? Yeah, that'll be good. I'd like to congratulate Kate Conboy of Florida Unit 101 on winning the contest. Now it's time to introduce the 2024 Outstanding Auxiliary Member of the Year. Each year, we recognize the contributions and commitment of our top auxiliary member. This year, the auxiliary is excited to honor Millie Mosley, commander of Unit 44 in Oklahoma. Millie is a very busy auxiliary member. Here are just a few of the things that she does for her community. She is in charge of decorations for the unit's Veterans Day float. And here's a secret about Millie. She makes sure that our auxiliary banner is just as visible as the DAV's banner. Good for you, Millie. As part of Unit 44's Feed the Vets program, she creates the tickets they use at their events. She also has a special focus for the widows in her community, letting them know what is available for them in the pantry, and that she is also available at any time should they need any help or support. She's taken it upon herself to find grief counseling for widows in her community. And speaking of her community, it's well known that Millie helps where she is needed. Once in particular, she spent 2 hours talking with a veteran who was in crisis. She was concerned for his safety, and after 2 hours, he relented and let her call an ambulance and get to the hospital. Everyone at her chapter knows she saved a life that day. You don't have to be part of her community to be on the receiving side of Millie's generosity of time. One time, a veteran came into her chapter for help. He recently found out he had terminal cancer and wanted to make his funeral arrangements. Specifically, he wanted cremation. After discovering the cost of the service, he knew he couldn't afford it and wondered if they could help him. Chapter 44 gives emergency grants, but must limit those precious funds for families who live in their county, Rogers County. The veteran didn't meet that criteria, but that didn't matter to Millie. She called the funeral home and convinced them to lower the cost to $700. That was a good start, but that still wasn't good enough for Millie. Next, she found enough local donations to cover the remaining price. She prepaid for the cremation, and when the veteran passed, she arranged for his ashes to go to Fort Gibson National Cemetery. She said she was there at the beginning and needed to see it through. The veteran was a total stranger. She saw a need and she took care of it. Other veterans will remember Millie's pug, Jiggy. She trained her dog to be a therapy dog, and Jiggy was a hit with the veterans. So much so that when Jiggy went blind, she trained another dog to help veterans with post-traumatic stress. The new pup, Emma, is learning everything she needs to do, and with Millie at her side, will be a huge help to the local community. I could continue listing reasons why Millie deserves this award, but instead, I'll ask you all to please stand with me and honor the 2024 DAV Auxiliary Member of the Year, Miss Millie Mosley.
Thank you so very much. I can't tell you what this it has honored me so much. My life is for the veterans. I grew up in a family of veterans. One of my family members was severely injured in war, so I have seen the price of war. I will continue to fight for our veterans, and I appreciate all of our veterans that are here today. Thank you so much for serving for me, and now I want to say thank you for letting me serve you. Thank you.
Thank you, Millie. And thank you, Commander Espinosa, whom I love, for your leadership. It has been an honor and a privilege to work with you throughout a tremendous year of service and advocacy for the men and women who have served our great nation. Thank you again, and may God continue to bless our veterans, their families, the DAV, and the auxiliary, and as always, God bless America. Great job, Bill.
Here to deliver a special message from President of the United States, the Honorable Joe Biden, is Dr. Tahina L. Montoya. Ms. Montoya is an Air Force veteran of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. She currently serves as the Senior Advisor and Director of Veterans Engagement for the White House.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tahina Montoya, Senior Advisor at the White House Office of Public Engagement, and it is a sincere honor to be here with you all at your National Convention. I wanted to take a brief moment to share that, like your commander, Ms. Espinosa, I'm also a Latina. I've served for over 16 years, 12 of those which were on active duty, during which I deployed in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom. And I continue to serve as an Air Force reservist. I am also a proud active duty Navy spouse. And while neither of us are currently affected by disabling injuries, several of our colleagues are. I know that DAV has played a large role in advocating for a budget that allowed the VA to strengthen the healthcare system, that you all recommended ways to improve the benefits appeals process and enhance survivor benefits, and that you also worked with Congress to enact legislation to improve access and health outcomes for women, minorities, and other underserved veterans like me. I want to extend a personal and heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you. Your sacrifice, your grit, your commitment, your advocacy ensures our brothers and sisters that have been affected by injuries are able to lead quality lives with respect and dignity. And it gives me a sense of comfort to know that if I become disabled through my service, that the DAV is here to help. But I'm not here to talk about me. I'm here on behalf of President Biden to celebrate your National Convention and to recognize the role the DAV plays in the advances this administration has been able to make for veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. The DAV has and continues to play a critical role in the advances made in the veteran space, and it is with great honor that I stand before you to read a letter from the President of the United States. It reads, "As Commander-in-Chief, I am honored to send my heartfelt greetings to all those attending the Disabled American Veterans 2024 National Convention in Phoenix, Arizona. American democracy asks us to believe we are part of something bigger than ourselves. Few understand this fundamental truth like each of you do. Decade after decade, tour after tour, you risked everything to protect all of us. You committed your lives to defending our shared values, and you continue to advocate for the rights and needs of those who bear the costs of having braved the battlefield, as well as all of those who have dedicated their lives to military service. Our nation owes you and your families a debt of gratitude that we can never fully repay. I have long said that America has many obligations, but only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare those we send into harm's way and care for them and their loved ones when they come home. In just 1 week, we will mark the 2-year anniversary of the biggest step we have taken towards fulfilling that obligation in more than 30 years, passing the PACT Act, one of the most significant laws for veterans ever. The PACT Act has already helped over 900,000 veterans who were exposed to toxic substances during their service get the VA benefits they deserve, and it is set to help millions more. The progress we have made wouldn't be possible without your help. Since I took office, I have signed over 30 bipartisan laws supporting veterans and their families, caregivers, and survivors. We've increased resources to end veteran homelessness. We've expanded job training opportunities. We've hired and trained hundreds of health providers to help veterans and prevent suicide. And to assist veterans experience mental health struggles, we are recruiting others who understand what they are going through. I know there is more work to do, but I have never been more optimistic about the future of this country. And that is no small part thanks to each of you. To everyone gathered for this year's DAV National Convention, please accept my best wishes. May God bless you all, and may He protect all those who serve our nation. Signed, Joe Biden. Thank you.
Good to meet you. My fellow veterans, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the Honorable Dennis McDonough. Before coming to VA, he served as the 26th White House Chief of Staff and as Principal Deputy National Security Advisor. He believes deeply, as he testified to Congress, that there is no more sacred obligation nor noble undertaking than to uphold our promises to our veterans, whether they came home decades ago or days ago. Please join me in welcoming a friend to all who've served, the 11th Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Dennis McDonough.
Well, good morning, everybody. So great. That was awesome. Thank you. Commander Espinosa, thank you for the kind introduction and for your and your family's distinguished service to this awesome nation. As importantly, thank you for leading with unwavering commitment your more than 1 million DAV members for the past year. What a great commander. Period. Thank you very much. Cody Van Boxel, your National Headquarters Executive Director. Anne-Marie Hurley, your Auxiliary National Commander. Ma'am, I love hearing your voice. You sound just like my mother. Jim Marzalik, your National Service Director. We just spent some time together backstage. Barry Jesenowski, your National Adjutant, born in God's country, although you now live in Kentucky. No offense, but it's not Minnesota, you know what I mean? And Joy Alim, your National Legislative Director. Now, I've said this every time I've been with you, but I repeat it here. Joy is as good as there is. Now, she, like Barry, is a Minnesotan, so yeah, I'm a little biased, but she is an unrelenting advocate for veterans, and particularly for her sister veterans. So, Joy, thank you so much. And then we're also all thinking of her teammate, Shane Lehrman, today, of course. God bless Shane for his unrelenting dedication to his fellow veterans and DAV members. Now, a special word about Randy Reese, your DC Executive Director. He's got that nice smile, but of course you're not fooled by that anymore. And neither am I, because he's a tough SOB. And that nice smile covers a steely determination to do right by disabled vets, including when that means he's got to give me the business, if you know what I mean. So, Randy, it's always good to be with you. Well, not always good, but, you know what I mean. Now, of course, to each of you, the power of DAV, its members. It's great to see so many of you gathered here today. It's a real honor to be with you, and I appreciate the invitation to come back. Thanks for having me here. And thanks for your partnership in serving veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. And I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. No one does more for veterans than you. Veterans have no better advocate than you. And VA has no better partner than you. And here's what I'm thinking about. As the Civil War was ending, President Lincoln charged the nation to care for veterans, those who'd given so much, who'd shed so much blood to save our Union. Nearly 8 decades later, the country at war again, drawing on millions of Americans. President Franklin Roosevelt echoed Lincoln, assuring those heroes that the American people would not let them down when the war was won. 1988, President Reagan said that America's debt to you never ends, can never fully be repaid. And today, as you just heard Tahina say, President Biden calls the commitment of our veterans our country's one truly sacred obligation. Preparing those we send into harm's way and caring for them, caring for you and your families when you come home. Now, presidents and Americans make that commitment. VA's job is to keep it. And DAV holds us accountable to doing just that. From your members in the most remote chapters, like Commander Surana Hack up in Fairbanks, to Commander Kevin Cooper's post right here in Phoenix, to Washington, D.C., where Commander Espinosa, Randy, Joy, Shane, and Jim represent you all to the nation. You hold us accountable to that sacred obligation that the President talks of. With your powerful advocacy, you hold VA accountable, you hold me accountable. And accountability is making sure that VA is caring for you with the kind of conviction, determination, devotion that you showed when our country needed you most. Making sure we at VA are working for you. So let me repeat that for a second. We, all of us at VA, we work for you. You may remember that last year in Atlantic City, I reported out on that work. I told you that we had a record-setting year. I told you we had delivered more care and more benefits to more vets than ever. And this morning here in Phoenix, I can tell you that it's been another record-setting year, because rather than expecting you to change your life to fit into VA's programs, we're changing VA to come to you. That means over 550 in-person clinics this year. That's why I sat down yesterday at CBP headquarters in El Paso, where as many as half of that dedicated agency's agents are veterans, to bring the VA to them. That means connecting with you over email and text, through the media, in person, all in the interest of fitting VA into your life, not the other way around. So here's a quick public service announcement. For the first time at a DAV convention, we've brought our regional office and medical exam units here to you, to offer you the opportunity to engage in, maybe even potentially complete the claims process in a single day. Our healthcare team is also on site to assist with enrolling new vets in VA healthcare and to answer any questions you may have. So the claims clinic's in the expo hall on level 200 in the west building, and staff from VHA's Vet Center is conveniently located in the atrium on the 3rd Street side. This central location makes it easy for us and easy for you to access our services. Remember, we work for you everywhere, including here at the convention. So please come see us before the week's up. Now, one way we know we have to work harder is by ensuring that we're providing services needed by the fastest growing cohort of veterans, our women veterans. This past year, more than 50,000 women vets enrolled in VA healthcare, our biggest enrollment of women vets in a single year on record. I told you your commander had a good year. Now, here's the good news. The number of women vets using VA services has steadily grown from 413,000 in 2014 to over 630,000 today. Listening to Commander Espinosa and DAV helps us ensure we're doing right by this fastest growing cadre of veterans. Recently, DAV released a crucial mental health wellness report for women veterans, shedding light on the unique challenges facing women veterans. Listening to you, we've learned more about the need for tailored mental health services, for addressing the specific needs, and VA is committed to integrating these insights into our programs, ensuring that every woman vet receives the care and support not only that she deserves, but that she's earned. We're more determined than ever to providing women vets with the highest quality, most comprehensive care available, and VA is constantly supporting innovations to deliver that. This includes expansion of research especially focused on suicide prevention in women veterans, as well as broader studies assessing the use of certain psychedelic compounds in conjunction with psychotherapy to treat post-traumatic stress disorder, military sexual trauma, depression. Our efforts extend beyond mental health to encompass a wide range of healthcare needs. It includes comprehensive and preventative care for conditions such as osteoporosis, nutrition, heart disease. Expands breast care screenings and mammograms for veterans. And it includes gender-specific services, including gynecological care, reproductive services, and maternity care coordination, which is provided for pregnant vets from 8 weeks to 1 year postpartum. Look, these initiatives and others are part of our ongoing effort to build trust with our women veterans. We did all of this because we know that access to the entire complement of medically necessary care and resources is vital to the care that we offer veterans. That's working harder and better for vets. Now, taking that mindset that we work for you, for all vets, means getting claims decisions faster. A decade ago, decisions on average took nearly a year. Today, it's less than half that, 155 days. We're faster for a number of reasons, not least because of the workforce. And that workforce means business. Last year, we made nearly 2 million claims decisions for vets. This year, we're on track to make more than 2.5 million decisions for vets. Month after month, for the last 5 months running, they've broken monthly claims production records. And more good news here. You've been filing more claims than ever since President Biden signed the PACT Act into law 2 years ago. nearly 4.5 million claims so far. But even with all of that, I still worry we're coming up short. Over 1 million vets have filed claims under PACT, and the grant rate for those is right at 75%. But there are over 6 million vets with service that qualifies them for PACT. So there are still millions of eligible vets and survivors who haven't filed, whether for PACT or any other service connection. We gotta keep reaching out. We have to keep encouraging vets and their survivors to file, and when they file, to file with accredited veteran service officers like those here at DAV, not with the claim sharks that will take part of their earned benefits. We'll stop at nothing to make sure that every veteran, every family member, every survivor gets everything they've earned. Survivors like Denise Garlington. Denise Garlington's husband, Greg, was a sailor who badly injured while serving as an operations specialist aboard the USS Anchorage. The injuries required invasive knee surgeries, ending his military career. At the time of his injury, they had 2 small children, and playing with them used to be the highlight of Greg's day. But chronic pain made life's simple pleasures impossible. He couldn't work, couldn't play with his kids. Despite chronic pain, unemployment, immobility, Greg's claim for increased disability compensation was denied. So Greg and Denise reached out to DAV. Tragically, Greg passed away before receiving a decision on that claim. But with DAV's help, Denise navigated the complex process and eventually secured a favorable decision from the board. Denise's story is a testament to the life-changing difference you make as advocates for your fellow vets and their survivors. And it makes clear that we, together, you at DAV, we at VA, can't stop working until every vet, and in this case, every survivor, receives the benefits and services they've earned. Now, on health care, we also work for you. Remember, your health outcomes are better when you're with VA. It's the best care, the most affordable care for veterans. Quick example, VA's new tele-emergency care. If you're enrolled in VA health care and you're concerned you need to go to the emergency department, you can call your VA Health Connect VISN Clinical Care Center. A nurse will immediately work with you to get you timely access to the right care. That might be a VA tele-emergency care. It might be a virtual clinic that day. It might be an appointment with your primary care provider. And if it is an emergency, the VA nurse will call 911 for you and stay on the line with you until help arrives. This is a new program, so just over 45,000 vets have participated in it. Nearly 60% of the vets who called for help had their issue resolved on the phone with a tele-emergency care coordinator. Clinical contact centers are open 24/7, and tele-emergency care will be live in every VISN this October. This makes it easier for you to get the care you need without having to drive God knows how long to get to a hospital. So faster access to high-quality emergency care built to fit into your life. It's a common sense idea, so sensible that you just know it didn't originate in Washington. But you also won't be surprised to know the idea was hatched by a fellow vet, a Marine, VA employee who knows that we work for you. Tele-emergency care is about getting all vets timely access to world-class care. And I'm glad to report that more and more vets are enrolling in VA care. Over 9.1 million vets. In just 2 years since the PACT Act was signed into law, 710,000 new veterans have enrolled. 34% increase over the prior 2 years. 40,000 enrolled under the new PACT Act eligibility. Eligibility that we expanded years earlier than the law required at the President's insistence. And more vets, once enrolled, are using their VA care. Vets will get 127 million health care appointments at VA this year, far surpassing last year's record. And breaking records is good, but doesn't mean it's good enough. There are still potentially millions more eligible vets who aren't enrolled. So please, spread the word. We won't rest until every vet gets the timely access to world-class care that they've earned. Recognizing we work for you means more benefits and more care to veterans than ever, and it means that how we provide that care and those benefits to you is important too. Right now, vets tell us that they trust us more than ever. In our most recent veteran satisfaction ratings, we earned the highest trust scores since when we started this process in 2016. That trust is built on dedication to those we serve, like Holly Hopp, a DAV chapter service officer in De Pere, Wisconsin, who helped Daniel Diebold, an Army vet struggling with homelessness and substance use, helped him secure stable housing and his earned benefits. Daniel had served in both Iraq and Afghanistan. He was hard to reach. He needed VA services, but wouldn't come to VA. Didn't trust us. Then he lost his unemployment check, attempted suicide. Today, Daniel is still in the same apartment that DAV helped him secure, paying his own rent, encouraging other vets to come to VA and to DAV because you helped us deliver for him. And that's what this partnership is about, stopping at nothing until Daniel, a combat vet, and all his brothers and sisters in arms get the benefits, the health care, the services that they've earned and so richly deserve. Working hard for you, making consistent, steady progress year after year, delivering at record levels. That's our job, but it's your accomplishment. You play the critical role demanding excellence from VA and keeping our promise to vets. You've heard this before, but let me make sure you hear it from me again. As a result of bringing more vets to VA, we have exceeded the most aggressive projections beginning from earlier this year. And that's why now we've told Congress we need more money to keep delivering more care and more benefits to more vets than ever before. We're projecting we're going to need about $3 billion more in fiscal year 2024, the current fiscal year, for mandatory benefit payments to the nearly 7 million vets who get their monthly benefit checks. And we need it by September 20th, so those October 1 checks are not delayed. And next year, we'll need an additional $12 billion for VA health care. So we're working with congressional leaders and the Office of Management and Budget to address these needs in a way that allows us to continue to deliver more care and more benefits to more vets, all at record levels. That's what vets deserve, and more importantly, that's what vets have earned. That's what matters most, and we will not stop pushing until every veteran, every family member, every caregiver, every survivor gets those benefits and that care. So, that's where we are in 2024, providing more care, more benefits to more veterans than ever. And I'm proud of that. But we're not satisfied. And I know you're not satisfied either. How could we be satisfied when we still don't have a relationship with as many as half of the veterans in this awesome country? How could we be satisfied when there are millions of vets who qualify under the President's new law, the PACT Act, but who have still not filed a claim? And how can we be satisfied when we're staring down a monumental public health issue with more than 6,000 veterans a year dying by suicide? Because they've become convinced that they're a burden on this country. The country that they've done so much to strengthen, and the country that still so badly needs them. How could we be satisfied until every veteran in crisis knows that there's hope, that help is available, that treatment works, and that suicide is preventable? So no, we're not satisfied. We are not satisfied. And that, more than anything, is the reason I came back to see you again this year. To hold myself, to hold all my teammates at VA accountable to you. God bless you all. God bless our nation's service members and our veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. Thank you all very much.
Good to see you.
Great to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you for an awesome year.
I enjoyed it totally.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Secretary McDonough. Your commitment to providing the highest level of support possible for those who have borne the cost of battle is exemplary. DAV is proud to support you in this effort. DAV is proud of the work we do to assist veterans who need help accessing the VA care they've earned. And perhaps no place is better to see that support in action than in the fleet of volunteer-driven vehicles we call the DAV Transportation Network. While we're all familiar with this incredible program, it's almost impossible to fully comprehend just how important this program is to the veterans who count on us. Every day, hundreds of volunteers across the nation are busy ensuring promises are kept to disabled veterans by providing no-cost transportation to and from VA medical appointments. Working together, hospital service coordinators and volunteers help to ensure that geography is no obstacle to world-class health care. Through these selfless efforts, hundreds of thousands of ill and injured veterans receive the care they have earned every year. And without this resource, sadly, we know many veterans would have to go without. It's mind-boggling that since 1987, DAV headquarters, chapters, departments, the National Service Foundation, and Columbia Trust have purchased 3,763 vehicles at a cost of more than $90 million. This is an investment from which each and every one of us shall be proud. Last year, DAV volunteer drivers spent 575,000 hours logging more than 9.2 million miles, providing no-cost rides for veterans to VA facilities. The histories of our organizations are intertwined. The relationship dates back more than 100 years to a donation of vehicles by Henry Ford to help our founding World War I veterans get to their second national convention. Now it's my pleasure to bring to the stage from Ford Motor Company, Scott Rumfield.
I'm a Ford truck man, that's all I drive. I ain't got no boundaries, I don't compromise.
Representing Ford today is Scott Rumfield, Ford Pro Salesforce Product Line Manager. A proud Air Force veteran, Scott served for 11 years and is chairman of Ford's Veteran Network Group.
Never gets old. Thank you, National Commander Espinoza and National Adjutant Jesenowski. I am very cognizant of trying to get names right as somebody that always has their name screwed up, so I apologize for that. I try to make sure that I always get it right. I'm truly honored to be here with both of you and all of you, longtime supporters, members, and staff of the DAV. Again, my name is Scott Rumfield, and I am a product line manager for Salesforce at Ford Motor Company and the chair of our Veterans Employee Resource Group. This is actually my second opportunity to attend the DAV National Convention since I joined Ford Motor Company. I have been fortunate to spend almost 10 years at Ford and could not be more excited to be part of the 100-year partnership that has been built between the DAV and Ford Motor Company. I served 11 years in the United States Air Force. And I've served during that time. For the first 3 years, I was an aircraft maintainer. I worked on F-111s, F-16s, weapon systems, and kept them in operational condition. This hands-on experience gave me a deep understanding of the intricate workings of electronics and these airframes. I then transitioned over into intelligence analysis, spent the next 8 years honing my skills at all levels. I started at the tactical intelligence level, worked directly with F-16 and F-15 pilots, supporting their missions through mission planning, threat identification and education, and route and target planning. My career culminated in leading strategic intelligence collection efforts in the early days of Operational Enduring Freedom, ensuring our forces had all the information they needed to succeed in the air war. This diverse experience shaped my analytical abilities and instilled in me a strong sense of duty and dedication. I've been incredibly impressed by the work that the DAV does day in and day out to ensure the promises are kept to our veterans and their families. From providing thousands of rides to medical appointments each year, to filing claims for benefits, and for consistently advocating for the rights of our servicemen and women. Your work is so very important. So I'm here on behalf of Ford Philanthropy, which is the philanthropic arm of Ford Motor Company, and we cannot think of a better partner to collaborate with to evolve our relationship around transportation access. The world is in the midst of a transformation in the auto industry, including emerging technologies, electrification, and autonomy. But it is important to view these as opportunities. Opportunities for us to innovate and collaborate together to solidify the next 100 years of impact, service, and partnership. Ford believes in the freedom of movement for all, which is the same service that you bring to our veterans. On behalf of the more than 87,000 Ford employees across the United States, I want to thank you for your service, your sacrifice, and your continued support of our nation's heroes and their families. I also want to thank you, the members of the DAV, for supporting Ford. We know that when military families and veterans buy new vehicles, they prefer Ford trucks, utilities, and cars over any other brand. I may be biased. Our partnership not only amplifies the service you provide to our veterans, but provides savings to you as members. Our Ford X-Plan Partner Recognition Program is just a small way we can say thank you for all that you do. And our 100-year partnership is unique. The fact that this has been built on trust, collaboration, and service that started with Henry Ford when he donated 50 Model Ts to DAV members to attend the second National DAV Convention is truly special. And that partnership continues through today. Together, Ford and DAV have made an incredible impact in supporting our veterans over the past century, and we look forward to leveraging collaboration, innovation, and mobility solutions as we chart the next 100 years. Ensuring veterans have access to transportation for medical care and other fundamental needs means so much to us. It embodies who we are as a company, the idea of freedom of movement, and provides so much for our veterans and our service people. For more than a quarter century, Ford has supported the DAV transportation network, and we are proud to have donated a total of 264 vehicles across all 50 states. And today, I'm proud to announce we are donating 5 new Ford Explorers for 5 VA medical centers across the country. Ford and Ford Philanthropy is proud to continue to support the DAV. The transportation network continues to fill a substantial need, delivers a powerful impact on local communities, and proves to have great value. This year's Ford Explorer donation recipients are North Las Vegas, Nevada, Cheyenne, Wyoming, Boise, Idaho, Marion, Indiana, and White River, Vermont. I'd now like to ask National Commander Espinosa and National Adjutant and CEO Jesenowski. I'm trying, I'm sorry. And my colleague Raymond Albright, who's backstage, to please join me on stage.
I'm a Ford truck man, that's all I drive. I ain't got no boundaries. I bring my ass through 110 miles. Beat down on my love, and right around the block is another kind of pickup truck. If you see me on the highway in a left-hand lane, lost on a back road in a driving rain, up past September line where the ride gets rough. Ain't no doubt my king of the mountains built Ford tough.
Thank you both for joining me up here and throughout our partnership journey. On behalf of every Ford Motor Company employee, I'd like to present the ceremonial check, which represents the value of our donations and commitment to increasing transportation access. Again, I want to personally thank all of you for your bravery, your loyalty, and your service, and your continued service to our veterans. We know our freedom depends upon it. Please enjoy the rest of the convention. Thank you for having me here. It's truly been an honor. Have a great day.
Thank you both for joining us. Our transportation network isn't the only way DAV showcases its voluntary strength. In countless communities across the nation, each and every day, patriotic Americans give freely of their most precious resource, their time, in order to better the lives of veterans. And this generosity isn't limited to adults. DAV scholarships help to both teach young men and women about the importance of service and reward their efforts on behalf of disabled veterans. DAV is honored to provide an incentive to these young men and women. DAV scholarships encourage volunteerism and connect future leaders with veterans, building a lifelong bond to our cause and the heroes we represent. Now let's get to know one of these young leaders. This year's top recipient
I grew up every summer going to North Dakota, and my grandparents lived there, and then we would go and visit a lot of my family who lives nearby the Turtle Mountain Indian Reservation.
We'd go to powwows, we had a lot of family gatherings, and Amelia was introduced to a different world on the reservation.
They don't have a lot, but they're happy with what they have. But I wanted people to feel secure, and I mean, my reservation alone has a 69% unemployment rate, and that's not gonna get any better unless there's some sort of action. I really wanted to create a guide that had access to all the benefits comprehensively across the board to make sure that our veterans could have easy access to their healthcare benefits, their educational benefits, their family benefits, which are so important and they've rightfully deserved through their incredible service.
I think the veterans were so touched by what she did, you know, that she cared about them, and they were so proud to see this document, you know, that showcased them.
We wouldn't have a North Dakota Native Veteran Resource Guide if it wasn't for her. We have 5 tribes in North Dakota, and each one of them utilizes this guide. And it's not only for the veterans, but it's also for the spouses and the dependents to utilize. So it's got a big impact on the entire state of North Dakota.
What guides me is that statistic that my mom shared with me about Native Americans serving in the military at the highest rate among all ethnic groups, because that just inspires me that my community could do that, and I want to be a part of that, and I want to continue my family's legacy of serving our great country.
She's serious about what she does, no matter what it is. Whatever mountain she has to climb, she's going to climb it till she gets there.
I think that volunteering to help veterans has really informed what I want to do in the future, and my passions are really to create opportunities for underrepresented communities within this country, and improve access to resources for communities such as the veterans community, the Native American community, communities that have had a big impact on me. I want to give back to that community, so I'm really excited about graduating with my degree in economics and international relations, and then taking what I've learned at Stanford and applying that to help give back to the DAV.
DAV National Voluntary Services Director John Kleindienst, please join me on stage. And now it's my extreme pleasure to introduce our top scholarship recipient, Amelia Markham of Denver, Colorado.
Amelia Markham is a 2021 graduate of Regis Jesuit High School in Aurora, Colorado, and will soon enter her senior year at Stanford University in California. She is a direct descendant of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians in North Dakota. In the spring and summer of 2020, under the guidance of then North Dakota State Senator Richard Marsolais, she developed and wrote a Native American Veteran Resource Guide that's now used by the state's 5 Tribal Veterans Resource Service Centers.
Good morning, Tanshi. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Disabled American Veterans, distinguished guests, and most importantly, our outstanding veterans. I'm honored to be with you today. Thank you to DAV for hosting me here and providing me with this truly once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm forever grateful. My name is Amelia Randall Markham, or Kamamak Bibi, butterfly baby in my native Michif language. It's truly an honor to stand before such a remarkable group of individuals. Your bravery, courage, and service to our country is truly heroic and inspiring. Meeting and personally engaging with you at this convention is a moment that I will cherish. First and foremost, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to my family. A big thank you to my mom and grandma, who I'm so excited to have join me today, for their invaluable support as I researched and developed the North Dakota Native Veterans Resource Guide. They spent countless hours reviewing, proofing, and helping me format the guide to ensure that it was accessible. I also want to thank my dad, Brendan, my Aunt Susie, and my friends who have been my pillars of support. And a special thank you to Senator Richard Marsley, whose unwavering dedication to serving our great nation and continuous guidance throughout my internship has been inspiring. His work and commitment have made our world a better place, and he is my personal motivation. And to all of you, this awesome veterans community, thank you for your support as I pursued my passion of volunteering to serve veterans. Your strength, resilience, and patriotism inspire me every day. I come from a long line of courageous and brave veterans on both sides of my family. Collectively, they have served in all divisions of the armed forces. My great-granddad Sherwood served on the Sammy B, surviving shark-infested waters in World War II. And my great-uncle Frederick served in the Korean War and received the Purple Heart. Many of my uncles have served in the Vietnam War, as did my beloved great-grandpa Charles Randall, who was stationed as an airman in Grand Forks, North Dakota, where he met and married my grandma Junie Kay. When my journey working with veterans began nearly 5 years ago when I was in high school, I never imagined the scale of its impact. My goal was to help equalize and improve access to these benefits for our Native veterans who have so valiantly served our country. And today, I'm proud to share that this guide has been adopted statewide with printed copies available in all 5 major tribal centers on our North Dakota reservations. But this is just the beginning. I'm committed to building upon this work to advance resources for our courageous veterans. At Stanford University, where I study economics and international relations, I'm passionate about using my education to create economic opportunities for our Native veterans. And looking ahead, I'm excited about the prospect of collaborating directly with DAV to enhance access to VA services, especially for veterans in rural, remote areas. As I reflect upon the sacrifices you make every day, I am humbled to be in your presence, and I know that no one is more deserving than you. You have rightfully earned your right to access the best benefits that this country has to offer through your bravery and dedication. Thank you once again for this incredible honor and for inviting me into your amazing community. And a special thank you to all DAV staff who have worked diligently to make this event happen. I look forward to continuing to serve our veteran heroes in the years to come, and I'm also really happy to present the DAV with a gift to Barry Jesenowski as a thank you for this incredible opportunity.
Thank you so much. This is awesome. Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
DAV and the DAV Auxiliaries' shared mission of ensuring promises are kept to America's heroes and their families relies on the compassion and generosity of thousands who volunteer their time to honor the sacrifices that make our freedoms and way of life possible. Whether in VA hospitals, on the road as volunteer drivers, or in countless communities across this beautiful nation, their compassion for our veterans and their continued efforts to keep our promise to those who served is what defines us as an organization. Today, we honor 2 individuals who've made service to those who served their life's calling. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to announce the 2024 DAV Volunteer of the Year, John Makis of St. Petersburg, Florida.
Over the past 15 years, John Makis has logged nearly 5,900 lifetime volunteer hours working to improve the lives of veterans as a department benefits advocate. He is also the commander of DAV Chapter 4 in Newport Richey, Florida, and a member of Auxiliary Unit 18 in Bradenton. In addition to the claims work he does, Mr. Makis often volunteers his time delivering medical equipment, assisting with yard work, and performing home repairs for veterans in need in his community.
Thank you. I'd like to say thank you for this award. It's humbling, to say the least. You people are amazing people, and I'm honored to be able to work with you. My job has been relatively easy with all the support I've had from the Department of Florida and all the great people that work within there. So I'm honored to represent you guys as well. We have a lot to do to get the newer veterans to come in. You know, we need to take the time as service officers to sit down and get to know them a little bit. Let them get to know us, because they're not going to confide in you if they don't know who you are. Sometimes that means being a little vulnerable, and that's okay. You know, it's important. We're the future, and they're the future. We got to pass the torch. A friend of mine told me one time, a dear friend, JP, God bless you, never let yourself become more important than the people you help. Take a little bit of that home with you. Think about that when you're out there talking to those people and helping those people. I'd like to thank my son, my family, for all the support and understanding when I'm running around being crazy, but it's what you do. Once again, I don't know, I'm not an eloquent speaker, I just talk from my heart. And I want to thank every single one of you for all the inspiration that you provided to me and all the faith that you put in me to do the job that I've done. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, John. It's now my pleasure to introduce this year's DAV Auxiliary Volunteer of the Year, Dorothy Robinson of Mumford, Tennessee.
Dorothy Robinson is the adjutant of Auxiliary Unit 116 in Munford and has accumulated nearly 1,400 volunteer hours over the past 20 years, helping veterans and their families. She is a regular presence at the Lieutenant Colonel Luke Weathers Jr. VA Medical Center in Memphis, Tennessee. As her unit's volunteer representative, she organizes and schedules other auxiliary volunteers. She also helps with morale programs such as coffee and lemonade service and works with the clinic's caregiver support program and at suicide prevention events.
Greetings, officers, members, and guests. I want to thank Deborah Burns, Chief of CDCE Voluntary Services at the Lieutenant Colonel Luke Weathers, Jr. VAMC in Memphis, Tennessee, for nominating me for this award. My husband, Millard Robinson, became a DAV member in 1973, but I had no idea that there was a DAV auxiliary until 2004. The unit described for me all the varied activities that we participated in at the VA hospital and in the community. This sounded like it was right up my alley as I was looking for something to do since my sons were now grown and were no longer active in or involved in school and sports activities. The fact that this unit was actually directly helping veterans impressed me. I joined the auxiliary and immediately began volunteering with the various unit activities at the VAMC. As the time went on, I became a VAVS deputy and have now been the VAVS representative for the past 14 years. Over the past 20 years, my unit expanded and modified the unit activities, and I also found additional things that I could personally do, as well as like assisting in traffic management during the VA's drive-through COVID vaccine campaign. I want to thank my unit, Millington 116, for always encouraging and supporting volunteerism and working hard to ensure that we have the resources to continue supporting our numerous VAVS activities. I also want to thank my family, my sons Millard and William, my grandchildren and great-grandchildren for their support and assistance in my volunteer efforts as well. Like my great-granddaughter, Brianna Tinsley, who is here in the audience and is an auxiliary member, who is with me. But she also helps package the items we take to the VA for our biweekly beverage brigade program, commonly called Coffee Call. I have thoroughly enjoyed helping our veterans and their families at the VAMC and look forward to continuing to do so as long as I can. Thank you to the DAV and the auxiliary for selecting me as the recipient of the 2024 DAV Auxiliary Volunteer of the Year.
Before we go any further, DAV would like to take the opportunity to thank some special friends. As everyone here knows, the struggle for justice too often eludes the veterans, survivors, and families who confront new battles long after their wartime service concludes. Fortunately, we have an amazing partner who supports our mission in so many important ways. Our friends and supporters at Chisholm, and Kilpatrick in Providence, Rhode Island are a friend to our cause and a friend to all who've served. This past year, the law firm donated $200,000 to support DAV's no-cost programs and services. We are joined today by CCK's partners, Robert Chisholm, Scott Kilpatrick, and Zach Stoltz. In 2008, Chisholm, and Kilpatrick initially collaborated with DAV in representing veterans with their appeals before the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit, the U.S. Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims, and the Board of Veterans Appeals. Since then, the firm has represented nearly 17,000 veterans in court with an overall success rate of over 91.8%. In addition to its work with our service and legal departments, the firm has donated well over $1,225,000 to DAV. To honor all of our nation's disabled veterans, the money donated has supported projects such as the care and maintenance of the American Veterans Disabled for Life Memorial and DAV's many services and programs. We're incredibly grateful for Chisholm, and Kilpatrick's support and its most recent gift of $200,000.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, National Commander Espinosa, National Adjutant Jesenowski. It means so much for me personally to be here. I began my career at DAV, as Barry knows, back in 2004 at DAV's Washington, D.C. headquarters, representing disabled veterans and their families in appeals before the Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims. So I was fortunate to begin my legal career with the best. CCK and DAV have now been in partnership representing veterans and their families in the federal courts for over 16 years. Our partnership, I know it's amazing to me too, went fast. Our partnership has resulted in over 16,000 appeals being filed in the CAVC with an overall success rate of over 90%. In addition to that, CCK is very proud to have obtained 110 precedential decisions, which have helped millions of veterans by overruling some of VA's erroneous interpretations of federal law and have provided more clarity in the VA benefit system. We're humbled by the trust DAV has placed in CCK and honored by our friendship with DAV. Today, we're so proud to present this check for $200,000 to support DAV in its mission, serving our nation's heroes. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Since 9/11, veterans have been blessed with many companies who offer special gifts or discounts around Veterans Day. Unfortunately, some of that generosity seems to be waning as we get further and further from that terrible day in our nation's history. But make no mistake, we remain grateful to every company who makes supporting veterans a part of their philanthropic efforts. And we're particularly thankful for Golden Corral, the first company to offer a free thank you meal to veterans nationwide. Through the pandemic and through thick and thin, Golden Corral has consistently supported DAV chapters and departments through donations, outreach, and other support. In 2023, DAV was able to reach out to more than 189,000 veterans who were provided free meals at Golden Corral restaurants during their annual Military Appreciation Night. Additionally, we raised over $1 million during the event in 2023. Since the program's inception, Golden Corral restaurants have served over 6 million free meals to veterans and active duty military and helped raise more than $19.5 million to support state and local service programs. Not only that, DAV has also had the honor of joining our friends at Golden Corral in supporting Camp Corral since it was founded in 2011. Camp Corral serves children of America's wounded, ill, and fallen military heroes by offering a unique summer camp program where they can make connections, build coping skills, and increase self-confidence. These incredible kids spend a week having fun with their peers and making memories to last a lifetime. This summer, with DAV's support, Camp Corral is sending more than 2,800 children from across the country to 20 different camp locations, including new camp partners in South Carolina, San Diego, and Texas. Having served 33,000 children so far, DAV is dedicated to serving thousands more in the years to come. To aid in this mission, DAV established the Just Be Kids program to provide scholarships for more children to attend Camp Corral. So far this year, DAV departments and chapters, along with the auxiliary, have raised significant funds to get kids to those camps. I am happy to present a check totaling $1 million to Camp Corral today. We'll now invite to the stage Golden Corral's Travis Kaysen and Camp Corral's Phil Kowalczyk. They'll be joined by Anne Marie Hurley and Charitable Service Trust President Dick Marbs before we send them to the bank with their special gift.
Representing our partners at Golden Corral is Travis Kaysen, Associate Director of Marketing. Travis has been with Golden Corral for 6 years and is honored to have worked directly on Golden Corral's military initiatives for the past 5 years. Travis oversees Golden Corral's military philanthropic efforts, including in-restaurant fundraising campaigns for Camp Corral and Military Appreciation Night. Joining him is Phil Kowalczyk. Phil joined Camp Corral as CEO in 2022 with a proven track record in leading international companies and nonprofit organizations. He also volunteers as a mentor at DAV Patriot Boot Camp.
Thank you, National Commander Espinoza. To the DAV Auxiliary, and all of the departments in the DAV and chapters. This is a record level of support, and it makes my heart swell. You know, today I really wanted to share a note that was submitted with a recent donation in honor of an Army soldier lost in battle. And the note reads, "Our son Michael went to Camp Corral for the first time this year, and it 100% changed his life. He is still, months later, bringing it up and pumping up his sister to go. He was so scared to go to camp, often becoming so sad that he'd begin crying and shut down. He didn't think he'd last a day. We practically had to drag him out of that camp. He is a changed human because of it, and he can't wait for more kids to experience this too." In memory of First Lieutenant Brian Bradshaw, killed in action June 25th, 2009. Uncle Brian would be there, cheering Michael on. I really don't want to cry in front of a bunch of Marines, okay? At Camp Corral, our mission is to help transform the lives of children of wounded, ill, and fallen military heroes through camp, through advocacy, and through enrichment programs. You know, I find that word transformation pretty daunting, but every summer I meet children who tell me their story and the impact that Camp Corral has had for them. This note is just one testimony. 100% changed Michael's life, and he wants to share it with his sister, while his mom is sending us a donation so other kids can go. Well, that is transformation. We're so grateful to be able to do this work, and we can't do it without you. On behalf of the military children we serve through summer camp across this country, thank you. The lives of these children are changed because of your hard work and generosity. We're grateful for your support, and importantly, for more than 12 years of dedicated partnership between DAV, Golden Corral, and Camp Corral. The funds you raise mean a child gets to go to a high-quality camp, make friends, build skills, learn about independence, and just be a kid. And there's no cost to these families because you raise funds for the families that, while deserving, likely couldn't afford this kind of life-changing experience. This year, 2,800 children from 48 states are attending summer camp. Thousands of kids at camp is great, but we focus on the impact of each child. We know our program is having the intended impact because we ask the kids. We ask counselors and parents, and we conduct accredited research, and it's focused on some specific areas: connection, Are they making friends? When we ask veteran parents if their child has a friend who understands what it's like to be a part of a military family, 78% of the parents say no. But when they are at Camp Corral, they're surrounded by kids who get it, who have lived it, and who share it. That's why 87% of our kids say they made friends at camp, and they believe those are going to be long-lasting relationships. We also want to foster self-confidence, and perhaps more important than ever in this day, are coping skills that promote mental wellness in the face of challenges. Look, all of that is important, and it's what you should hold us accountable for to ensure that your money is being invested well. But to be perfectly honest, we also value that these kids who take on responsibility in family care early in their life should just be a kid for a while. So we ask them, did you have fun? We also want to ensure that our program is continuing to grow and gain further reach with our kiddos and their families. So in addition to summer camp, we offer spring and fall family camps, where kids of all ages can experience the magic of camp, create memories together, and for some, see their family in a whole new way. This year, we will serve more than 100 families in our family camps. And we've just completed another successful summer, and I want to talk to you today just a minute about the impact of time. DAV has been a signature partner with us since 2013, and over time, DAV has had a tremendous impact. Over the course of those years, Camp Corral has sponsored more than 33,000 children. DAV's support alone has provided for 6,500 of those children. This year, we're sending more than 2,800 children to summer camp, and DAV's generous support, more than 800 of these young heroes. I think that deserves a round of applause. Think about the impact of 10 years. You know, it's been said that the human condition will overestimate what you can do in 1 year and underestimate what you can do in 10. So in just over a decade, Camp Corral has grown from one camp in one state to more than 20 camps in 17 states. And we have a strategic plan to continue to increase our footprint where veteran families live. We're growing, and your commitment has grown with us. Thank you. In addition to increasing the number of camps, we're also trying to grow our impact over the lifetime of a camper. Do you realize that if a new Camp Corral kiddo went to camp in 2014, they'd be 18 today? Last year, I shared the news that we started a program called the Salute Leadership Program. It's designed for 16 and 17-year-olds and offers a unique service and leadership opportunity to build experiences for Camp Corral kids who are interested in becoming camp counselors. Last year, I mentioned a terrific young man by the name of Cord Cooksey. He's completing his second year in the Salute program and was a camper for Camp Corral for several years. And when we asked him why he wanted to be a part of Salute, Cord said, well, I'd like to help campers learn self-confidence. I hope to be a teacher, and I want the skills to teach with compassion and helping others. Last year, I could only tell you about him. This year, I'm honored to give you the opportunity to meet him. Cord Cooksey and his parents, Jared and Kelly Cooksey, are here today. Please give a warm welcome to Cord.
Thank you. Good morning. And thank you. My name is Cord Cooksey. I'm a 17-year-old high school senior, and I live in Evans, Georgia, which is just outside of Augusta. My dad has served in the U.S. Air Force Reserves, the U.S. Army, and the U.S. Army Reserve since 1999. I was born at Fort Hood, Texas, while my dad was on a 15-month deployment to Iraq with the 1st Air Cavalry Brigade. He was able to come home on R&R to see me when I was 6 weeks old, and then return from deployment when I was 14 months old. He was home for 1 year, then deployed to Iraq again for another year. He then came home for 12 months, then deployed to Afghanistan for a year. We lived on Fort Hood till I was 7 years old. Then my dad was transferred to Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson in Anchorage, Alaska. We lived there for 3 years, then moved to Evans, Georgia. My dad is now stationed at Fort Gordon with the Army Reserves. I attended Camp Corral at YMCA Camp Haines in North Carolina for 4 years. I was accepted and planned to go in 2020, but camp was canceled that year due to COVID. Last year, the summer of 23, I attended Camp Corral for 2 weeks as a counselor in training. I'm excited to be in the Salute program as it gives me the chance to experience new opportunities. It gives me the feeling that I am part of something bigger than me and has provided me with the opportunities and skills that I will carry with me forever. With Salute, I am constantly learning things to help me improve as a person, a leader, and eventually a professional. My goal is to become a high school band director. I was just recently selected to serve as the drum major of my 175-member high school marching band for the 2nd year in a row. And I believe part of that is due to the skills I have learned through this program. Salute has taught me many ways of being an effective leader and friend. The activities we have done in this program have taught me to be a better person, a better listener, and how to be proactive in what I do. In May, I was certified in mental health first aid through Salute. This will be an invaluable skill as I continue my journey working with teens and young adults. My passion for teaching came from the desire to help others and my love of music. Being a camper, a counselor in training, and a Salute member has helped me pursue this. What I have learned over the last 6 years has helped me excel in my teaching as a profession pathway at school, within my community, and in extracurricular activities. Given the position that I am in right now, a high school senior, my dream is quickly drawing nearer. Camp Corral has helped me realize this is truly the path I want to take and has proven that I just may be good at it. I'm honored to have been given these opportunities, and thank you.
Well, like you, we can't wait to see Cord grow as a young leader and the incredible impact that he'll have because of DAV's sponsorship. You helped make this possible. There are more than 2.3 million of Americans' children who are eligible for Camp Corral, so there's still more work to be done. Camp Corral is proud to be recognized as a thought leader within this community, and we're honored to serve these children. And as Cord demonstrates, to have the chance to serve children from military families throughout their childhood. Thank you, DAV.
Thank you, brother. Well done. Thank you so much. I now have the distinct honor and privilege to introduce National Adjutant Barry Jesenowski. I have had the distinct honor of being the first DAV National Commander to serve a full term with this Marine at the helm. And if this past year is any indication of what's to come, we can all rest assured that DAV will continue to be the best veteran service organization there is. Of course, Barry has been at this for a while, so it's no surprise that his first year as National Adjutant was a successful one for DAV and the veterans it serves. Barry started his DAV journey as a National Service Officer and went on to lead some of our largest and busiest offices. He then served between Washington and National Headquarters in various roles, ultimately becoming the first veteran to lead both as Executive Director. In June of last year, Past National Adjutant Mark Burgess retired after more than a quarter century with DAV. While Mark, of course, will be missed, all of us knew we were in good hands. Because Barry has a long history of answering the call, no matter where he is needed, no matter the changes and challenges it brings, he not only steps up, he brings vision and dedication that have a way of building upon something great and making it even greater. He sees opportunities to improve, and he doggedly pursues them. And every step of the way, he has you and us and the veteran community at large at the forefront. If you need evidence of that, just listen to the report he'll deliver today. Please welcome your DAV National Adjutant, Barry Jesenowski.
Good morning. Thank you, Commander. And thank you for your incredible contributions to all of you for what that makes everything that we do possible. Nancy, you're an extremely important leader, and you've been an ongoing source of inspiration for all of our fellow veterans, for everyone out here. And serving alongside you will absolutely be one of the greatest memories that I carry of my service in DAV. Before I get into my report, I would like to share, hopefully I don't get choked up. I already did. I already shed some tears and ran my makeup a little bit ago. I want to share the incredible gift that Amelia presented to me, not only to me, to all of you. And it came with a card that says, "To all DAV membership, please know how very special you are to our family. Grandma Junie Kay made this dream catcher to thank you for your kind and strong support. Always to be remembered, all our best. Love, Amelia, Randall, Markham, and family." And here's the incredible dream catcher. There's a note on the dream catcher. It says, "The hawk feathers is from a deceased baby hawk. Fly high, DAV veterans. May God bless our troops, and may God bless America." Thank you, Amelia, and thank you, Grandma Junie Kay. Well, I'm mostly dry-eyed. Good thing is we get to sit and watch a video. I'd like to begin my report today by taking a look at what we've accomplished over the last year. Over this past year, DAV has continued to make good on its promise to be the champion for all veterans forever changed by their service. At every level, DAV has fought for our veterans and families. National Commander Nancy Espinosa, a service-connected disabled veteran of the Army, Reserve, and National Guard, set this tone right from the moment she was elected during the August 2023 National Convention in Atlantic City, New Jersey.
Through volunteerism, legislative advocacy, and benefits assistance, you have helped lift your fellow underdogs to new heights. We must continue that work with the grit and determination that inspired our military service.
In addition to Commander Espinosa taking the reins of DAV, the convention brought thousands of DAV members together to elect new leaders, vote on essential resolutions affecting veterans nationwide, and strengthen the bonds of our veteran community. Among many convention highlights, DAV recognized our 2023 Disabled American Veteran of the Year, Kim Hubers. Kim was deployed to the Middle East as a heavy vehicle operator in the South Dakota National Guard. The demanding combat environment wreaked havoc on her health, causing migraines, fractures in her mid-spine, and a then undiagnosed traumatic brain injury. Since her medical discharge in 2015, Kim has found new purpose serving her fellow veterans through DAV. She volunteers to help veterans with their claims and serves as the commander of the Department of South Dakota and on DAV's Interim Women Veterans Advisory Committee.
leaving the military against my will. When I wasn't ready, I was a lifer, I was a leader, I was good at it. It was something that was meant for me. So having to be ripped away from that was like losing your entire family overnight. And I never knew what to do to fill that hole in my heart. And I found a way to fill that with DAV. And I had my family back.
Kim, along with Commander Espinosa and other women veterans, were part of DAV's new report, Women Veterans, The Journey to Mental Wellness. Released in February, this third landmark report is one of the most comprehensive assessments of the unique factors contributing to the staggering rate of suicide among women veterans. It detailed how the system charged with their mental health care can and must do better. Comprehensive research, coupled with intimate stories from DAV members, revealed numerous gaps in care for women veterans related to screenings, interventions, access barriers, gender-specific care services, and awareness.
You're supposed to continue on. You're supposed to tough it out. So that was hard for me. And then I went on not knowing that I was broken for years.
In this report, DAV issued over 50 policy and legislative recommendations to spark necessary and urgent change that can save lives. The report and the personal stories of women veterans can be found at womenveterans.org. DAV remained a constant presence on Capitol Hill in 2023, with 66 of its resolutions included in federal legislation. 7 of DAV's resolutions were enacted into law, including a veterans' compensation, cost of living increase, and a law authorizing the VA to begin construction activities on 7 major medical facilities. The DAV Commanders Action Network was a major part of this success, with more than 670,000 emails sent to elected officials by DAV and auxiliary members and supporters. This is an impressive 45% increase over the previous year. DAV Commanders Action Network shows their strength in numbers and that our members and supporters deeply care about doing their part and having their voice heard by lawmakers. Despite an unprecedented schedule change for our annual Midwinter Conference in Washington, D.C., DAV members came out in force to bring our veteran advocacy message to lawmakers. Through personal conversations and meetings with members of Congress, our members made sure our critical policy goals were heard and understood. During the event, Commander Espinosa provided expert testimony before a joint session of the House and Senate Veterans Affairs Committees, laying out DAV's legislative priorities for the 118th Congress. She emphasized the need for expanded services for women veterans, thanked lawmakers for passing the PACT Act in 2022, and pressed them to extend VA health care and benefits to all toxic exposed veterans, including those who served at K2 in Uzbekistan. Commander Espinosa also urged Congress to immediately pass legislation that corrects inequities for ill and injured veterans receiving compensation benefits and provide parity in benefits for their survivors.
Our veterans need a VA that keeps up with the times, and we need you to join with us so that together we can create a better VA that our veterans deserve today and into the future.
In 2023, DAV benefit advocates counseled over 300,000 claimants and filed more than 200,000 new claims. More than 1.1 million veterans entrusted DAV with their powers of attorney, representing $28.4 billion in earned benefits. DAV's benefit advocates also assisted more than 45,000 transitioning service members. And more than 17,000 attendees came to one of our 414 information seminars last year to learn about their VA benefits and the services DAV offers. These impressive numbers reflect the hard work our benefits advocates do day in and day out, and shows that we remain the country's premier veteran service organization advocating on behalf of veterans. DAV has continued to be there for veterans in their time of need immediately following disasters like fires, tornadoes, and floods. In 2023, DAV issued nearly 750 comfort and hygiene supply kits and distributed more than $726,000 in emergency funds, assisting 1,038 veterans around the country. In the past decade, DAV has dispersed more than $8.8 million in relief to veterans in need. In October 2023, DAV launched its latest initiative, DAV Caregivers Support. This no-cost program provides concierge support and resources to the friends, family members, and loved ones who are caregivers for veterans. This program is also available to veterans who are themselves caregivers to non-veterans. Since its launch, DAV Caregivers Support has helped more than 760 caregivers connect to resources they need to help them improve relationships and reduce stress, depression, and other adverse health outcomes. Finding a meaningful, fulfilling career is an essential step in the transition to civilian life for the vast majority of veterans and their spouses. That's why DAV continues to partner with Recruit Military to host in-person and virtual job fairs. This past year, we surpassed 100 events with more than 31,000 attendees, resulting in over 12,500 job offers. DAV Patriot Boot Camp has continued to be a must-attend event for veterpreneurs seeking to grow their skills and confidence in running their businesses. Through one-on-one mentorship and in-depth training from industry leaders, last year nearly 100 participants over 3 cohorts and 1 accelerator program received valuable information, connections, and resources to take their businesses and ideas to the next level.
You know, being around other people with the same backgrounds and experiences was really helpful because they know some of the challenges that you go through and they can share in their experience as well.
DAV has continued our efforts to strengthen and support our family of members. In addition to our member recruiting drives, challenges, giveaways, and incentives, the membership department improved resources to make finding and sharing information easier. MyDAV.org, the online membership portal, now allows chapter and department leaders to file online reports, eliminating the need for processing paper forms. And the Member Resources section of DAV.org was regularly updated to provide access to the latest information about DAV programs and services. Also, we launched 2 major initiatives to help members with recruiting. The first is the DAV Recruitment Resource, a short digital document packed with everything you need to share DAV's mission and the importance of becoming a member, including answers to frequently asked questions about our services and links to explainer videos. The second initiative is the Membership Recruiter Rally. How does an all-expenses-paid trip to the 2025 DAV and Auxiliary National Convention sound? We're going to Las Vegas next year, and any DAV or auxiliary member who recruits at least 1 member will be entered into a drawing for the free trip for 2, plus $2,500 spending money. It's happening now and runs until June 30th, 2025. In April, we launched the first ever DAV Community Impact Day. Through this initiative, more than 700 people pledged at least an hour of their time to volunteer for veterans. Photos and stories from around the country poured in, showing what people did to make a difference in the lives of veterans and their communities. This event demonstrated a deepening connection among our fellow citizens and veterans, and it promises to be a rapidly growing annual event going forward. DAV Transportation Network volunteers were on the road providing nearly 250,000 rides to and from VA medical appointments to ensure veterans have access to the care they earned. Across the nation, DAV volunteers logged more than 575,000 hours of drive time across nearly 9.3 million miles. That's the equivalent of driving to the moon and back more than 19 times. To support our drivers and those who need our rides, DAV's departments and chapters, with assistance from the DAV Charitable Service Trust and Columbia Trust, purchased 98 vehicles. Our longest enduring corporate partner, Ford Motor Company, donated 8 vehicles to the VA in 2023. That's a total value of $4.4 million. Through DAV scholarships, we're proud to invest in the futures of our outstanding student volunteers while connecting tomorrow's leaders with those who served. We awarded a total of $110,000 in scholarships to 10 deserving students. Jacob Weber from Canton, Michigan, received the 2023 top award of $30,000. This year marked the 30th National Disabled Veterans Golf Clinic. The event, which we co-present every year with the VA, brought more than 200 disabled veteran participants to Riverside, Iowa to play golf and experience other adaptive activities. Marine and Iowa Army National Guard veteran Robert Hunter received the clinic's DAV Freedom Award as the person who best demonstrated the spirit of the week. While deployed to Iraq with his National Guard unit in 2005, Robert suffered a severe traumatic brain injury after an improvised explosive device detonated near his Humvee. He's had to relearn many basic tasks, but hasn't let that stop him from being an enthusiastic and encouraging presence on the course. We also co-presented the National Disabled Veterans Winter Sports Clinic with the VA in Snowmass near Aspen, Colorado. For this 38th year, nearly 400 participants experienced miracles on a mountainside as they took part in sports including adaptive skiing, sled hockey, curling, and fly fishing. Army veteran Eric Castillo received the event's DAV Freedom Award. He sustained a traumatic brain injury and left side paralysis in 2004 after an explosion near him sent shrapnel through the right side of his head. After 22 surgeries and against all odds, he's not only an active adaptive sports participant, but a VA employee and an ambassador to others sharing the benefit of recreational therapy and adaptive sports. Last year was a banner year for the Charitable Service Trust's support of organizations and initiatives that benefit ill and injured veterans and their families. The Trust awarded $21.5 million to deserving nonprofits, the most it's ever distributed in one year to our partners who are providing solutions to unmet needs. As a testament to its fiscal management, transparency, and accountability, the Trust continually receives the 4-star Charity Navigator rating. It's also listed as one of Charity Navigator's most followed charities. This acknowledgement from the country's largest independent charity evaluator speaks volumes about the Trust's stewardship, as more than 95 cents of every dollar donated to the Trust went to programs that directly support veterans. Whether on TV, billboards, or through in-person events, introducing DAV's name, mission, and programs is a public service for veterans who served, their families, and survivors. In November, we hosted the 11th annual DAV 5K, which brought over 4,000 people together, both virtually and in Cincinnati, to raise awareness and money for DAV's programs and services. Participants ran, walked, rolled, and rode their way to raising more than $375,000, surpassing the event's fundraising goal. This year, we had people from 55 states and territories, as well as several international locations, participate. And thanks to our partner, USAA, DAV's 2022 Disabled American Veteran of the Year, Army veteran Adam Alexander attended Super Bowl 58 as part of the NFL's Salute to Service initiative. Adam, an active DAV volunteer and advocate for other veterans, used the opportunity to encourage others to volunteer for veterans through DAV. We also continued our partnership with Golden Corral through the restaurant's Military Appreciation Night. Each year around Veterans Day, they open their buffet lines to give veterans free meals as a show of appreciation for their service. In 2023, the restaurant served over 189,000 free meals. The annual event raised over $1 million for DAV departments and chapters, bringing the total to nearly $19.5 million and over 6 million free meals served since the partnership began in 2001. In 2023, Camp Corral, a one-of-a-kind summer camp for children of wounded, disabled, or fallen service members and veterans, hosted 20 summer camps for over 2,200 children ages 8 to 15. To date, Camp Corral has served over 33,000 children with a military connection, the majority of whom have a parent who was wounded, made ill, or killed in service. Through DAV's Just Be Kids scholarship program, nearly 7,000 children of wounded, disabled, or fallen veterans have attended the camp at no cost. DAV has donated more than $6.6 million to Camp Corral since 2014. We saw incredible growth with our Field of Flags campaign. We partnered with 127 schools and organizations to set up fields of American flags to honor local veterans while raising $172,000 to support ill and injured heroes. DAV's Victories for Veterans public service announcements continued to be a strong performing campaign for us, generating 11.8 billion impressions with a donated media value of nearly $106 million. Our DAV Auxiliary started its year off by electing Anne Marie Hurley as the National Commander. The organization had another big year, welcoming 11 new units into the Auxiliary family. Its members and junior members were very active volunteering for veterans in their communities and at VA facilities, serving a total in excess of 188,000 hours in 2023. In its second year, the DAV Auxiliary for Kids grant program assisted 24 children of ill or injured veterans with financial need to attend camps or participate in extracurricular activities such as sports or school trips. Additionally, our auxiliary awarded a total of $40,000 in scholarships to 17 deserving students. When you look back at this past year, know this: all these successes are your successes. We're an organization of veterans serving veterans, and the role each of you has played in getting us to where we are today cannot be understated. Thank you for all you do to keep the promise. It continues to be a true honor to serve with you to empower our nation's veterans to lead high-quality lives with respect and dignity. Thank you, and thanks to every single one of you. Thanks to all of our volunteers around the nation, every member of DAV and Auxiliary, and our professional team for making everything you just saw possible. In the 1950s, Dr. Kurt Richter, a psychobiologist at Johns Hopkins and an Army veteran, conducted a study on rats, not trench rats. In an experiment, he put rodents into water buckets and he recorded how long it took for them to give up. Bear with me, please. There's a point. This was an unusual test because, as opposed to fight or flight, it put the test subjects into a situation where they had no foreseeable way to alter their fate. Without any chance of escape, they all gave up and drowned in a matter of minutes. So he conducted a second phase where he introduced hope as a variable. This time he put the rats into buckets, and then just before they drowned, he plucked them out. But after only a brief recovery, in case you mistook him for an animal rights proponent, he returned them to the water. What he found was extraordinary. Once a test group experienced an intervention, the thought that there was even a narrow path to survival, they all continued to swim and tread water and to fight to go on significantly longer. When they thought there was even a chance someone might intervene, they all challenged the impossibility of their situation and would go on until they reached their total physical and mental limits. In spite of the cruelty of these tests, our early founders may have appreciated the effort. They had to deal with millions of rats in the trenches of World War I. Anything that cut back on the global rodent population was, we can imagine, a good thing to them. And like those who carry the torch they lit more than a century ago, DAV members throughout history would not have needed an experiment to come to Richter's conclusion about hope. The value of hope is something that disabled veterans and our families understand deeply. Whether in training, a time of war, or our rehabilitation, we know how important it is to have, in our most desperate moments, the belief that things can get better. The idea that we will not leave our own behind, whether that's on the battlefield or in our post-military lives, is the foundation of our great cause. And yet, too many of us have experienced an absence of hope, or have been left with a withering question. How many of us here have known a veteran whose life ended too soon? And among those who have, how many have asked yourselves one of the most difficult questions that we as a community of veterans can ask? Was there something or something more that I might have done? The sobering reality behind the suicide epidemic that confronts every one of us here is that our brothers and sisters are, in shocking numbers, and at this very moment, living with an absence, or at least a severe deficit, of hope. Over the course of the COVID pandemic, we saw suicide rates increase for our sisters by nearly a quarter. It's one of many important issues that we highlighted in our most recent Women Veterans Report. They are twice as likely as male veterans to attempt to end their lives. And male veterans are already far too proficient at contributing to the staggering statistics that make suicide an epidemic in our community. Though the situation we face is dire, the solution is right here in front of us. It's you, and you are DAV. Through your membership and your willingness to be an ambassador of our cause, you have the power to help veterans out of situations where despair is their constant companion. You can provide that glimmer of hope that they need to hold on. And as we all know, sometimes that sliver of hope is all someone needs to tread water long enough to see beyond the crisis. If they have enough to weather the storm, they may have enough left over, enough hope, that with a little more of our help, to find a new mission or paradigm that can convert them from the casualties into contributors. This is the reason we were founded, and it remains the same reason that we exist today. We must find the solutions to the challenges we face. We must be the source of hope and of renewal for one another. The opportunity to save lives, and let's be very straightforward about this, we save lives, is the greatest reward and the most humbling responsibility that comes with being part of our community. DAV is not a charity that has a single program dedicated to suicide prevention. We are a charity with many, many initiatives, all of which, in one fashion or another, save lives. And the ability to completely transform a life is the reward that we get for our involvement in DAV's mission. We deal in hope. Let's take a look at a journey of a deserving veteran whose life was forever changed through DAV.
My name is Ginger McCutcheon, and I'm a Women's Army Corps veteran from the U.S. Army. I served 1976 to 1978. I love the fact that I started out like a Private Benjamin and grew along the way. You know, I came from a very sheltered family and had no idea what was in store for me, but I learned really quick in basic training, so. So you really didn't have anyone to tell. And the only way that anyone realized it was my colonel that worked at the hospital in the x-ray department. He said, I don't know what's going on with you, but he said, something's happening and you need to say what it is. And when I told him, he said, we need to get you out of here before you go out of your mind, kind of thing. And he set it up so that I could get an honorable discharge. And that's why I only had 2 years of service. I had gone in with the opportunity that I was going to be a lifer. You know, so every time someone says, how long did you serve? It's almost like a re-traumatization because I had planned to have a career in the military. he said, I saw a gentleman drop his fork on his plate and you came off the ground that far. And he goes, are you going to the VA to get any help for that? He didn't know what I had been through, but he just saw that I was obviously traumatized by somebody dropping a fork on a plate. And I said, I can't go to the VA. I'm not missing any body parts. Nothing happened to me, you know, in combat or anything like that. I can't go there. And he said, oh, yes, you can. And he actually took me and signed me up for VA healthcare. And that was the first I got any help. It's kind of a really cool story that DAV has given me a purpose to try to channel what I missed in the military and my service, that I can serve others and still feel like I'm doing something.
Ginger was totally betrayed by her fellow soldiers. As a medic, it was her mission to aid the casualties of war, and instead she was made the victim of unthinkable trauma. But she was totally renewed by her association with DAV. She bravely shared her experiences. From her involvement with her chapter in the Department of Ohio, she was made aware of Save a Warrior, an incredible program with which DAV is honored to partner. And in spite of her decades of suffering, she found purpose and an outlet for her compassion and leadership. What you wouldn't know, what no one fully knew from the video, is that Ginger was extremely sick when she was interviewed. She wanted to make the most of her remaining time. On April 14th, just weeks after Ginger was in DC, alongside our team to advocate for women veterans, the DAV Department of Ohio lost its second junior vice commander to cancer. Department commander and NSO supervisor Jake Drost was with her in the hospital in her final days. She said she found it ironic that she had finally, after all those years, fully gotten her life together in time to face her death. But the lesson Ginger taught all of us is one of hope and triumph, of justice and of service. The impact she made in the lives of others will echo and reverberate for untold thousands who benefit from her contributions. And she inspires all of us to this day. It's never too late. Our investment in Save a Warrior and its National Center of Excellence for Complex Post-Traumatic Stress, which bears our name, is one example of how we're doubling down on the potential of our fellow veterans. We want the very best for veterans in all phases of their lives. We've similarly partnered with Joseph House in Cincinnati, an addiction treatment and recovery program that DAV's Charitable Service Trust has supported for decades. It's a new facility, and it was made possible by a $1.5 million grant from our trust. It enhances the care it provides to all those who served and enables regular, ongoing treatment for women veterans, which Joseph House couldn't do before. We also continue our partnership with Boulder Crest and the Gary Sinise Foundation and support and collaborate on a wide variety of national and grassroots initiatives, providing a lifeline to veterans in their most desperate hours. But the bulk of our work involves meeting veterans where they are and creating or connecting them with resources to address their immediate needs, help them achieve justice, and empower them to pursue their maximum potential. That includes the hope that we provide veterans facing natural disasters and the combined efforts of our DAV service officers, some 3,600 strong, who took more than 2.8 million actions, filing more than 209,000 claims last year alone. It includes the 100-plus job fairs we've helped facilitate, so 31,723 veterans and spouses could connect with patriotic employers last year. In the last 10 years since we launched our employment initiative, DAV's work has resulted in more than 184,000 job offers. If that's not something to be hopeful about, I don't know what is. When it comes to the potential we see for our fellow veterans, we're digging in. The investment we made in nearly 100 entrepreneurs last year has the potential to change the world. At a time of division and partisanship, the veterans we're serving should be a reminder to our fellow Americans about the values and ingenuity that make our country truly exceptional. You may have seen many of these folks in online DAV pitch contests. They include veterans like Jonathan Kunaholm, a Marine who lost his arm in Iraq and whose company, Stumpworks, is updating the decades-old technology that upper extremity amputees rely upon. Last night at the pitch contest, he won $15,000 to continue his important work. And it comes at a time when he really needs it. And Oscar Vasquez, whose venture CancerMune uses immunotherapeutics and artificial intelligence to solve the most complicated challenges that confront cancer medicine. Jasmine Paul's Wealth Playground education firm empowers young people through financial literacy. And Tyler Southern, who sacrificed 3 limbs in combat in Afghanistan and whose company SFH stands for, well, still bleeping here. Tyler's mission is to remind us of the resilience of the survivors in our midst and to contribute to organizations like DAV. While one veteran's dream may be to succeed in business, others may be focused on something a bit more basic, but nonetheless essential to their quality of life. For some veterans, a primary goal is just staying in their homes as long as possible. But they can't do that alone, and that's why caregivers are so vital. But know that more than half of all caregivers are at risk of burnout at any given time. Now, when the people who matter the most in ensuring a veteran's quality of life tell us that their lives are becoming unsustainable, we have an incredible resource to get them the relief they desperately need and deserve. I would wager that we have many, many caregivers here right now who could use the program. And nearly everyone else knows a veteran, relative, or a friend who could use DAV caregiver support. We can proudly boast that to date, support specialists have provided nearly 5,000 calls, 6,000 texts, and more than 1,500 emails to caregivers in need. And we're just now scratching the surface of what we can do and how this program could evolve over time to provide respite and other resources and extend the time veterans are able to spend in their own homes with the people they love the most. We believe veterans have the power to confront the most daunting challenges our nation faces. If given the opportunity to do just that, they will reconnect with the part of themselves they thought they lost when they were changed in service. And it's a good thing that we're seeing all this potential right now because we have challenges of our own to face. Our demographics will see a substantial shift in the coming years. In the next quarter century, we'll transition to a veterans community that is smaller by a third and more diverse. The DAV championed PACT Act and our advocacy on exposures alone provide a bleak forecast. They tell us that veterans will face chronic and sometimes life-threatening health issues that require a vigilant DAV and responsive Department of Veterans Affairs. As our voting bloc decreases, our needs will grow. The price tag on our benefits and care has tripled since our nation was attacked in 2001. The number of veterans serving in Congress, in spite of some recent gains, is near a record low. And we're getting further and further away from the wars that left so many of us forever changed. The road ahead is going to have many hurdles, where our last 25 years of advocacy has resulted in an incredible expansion of care and benefits, more than a century of fighting for veterans tells us we could face a backslide. I don't say this to dash your optimism. In fact, our DAV CAN, our Commanders Action Network, has already generated more than 1 million messages to the 118th Congress, which is a new record. Thank you for all of you for making that happen. The veterans whose voices are represented through DAV membership are a small percentage of the total who benefit from our no-cost services and efficacy on Capitol Hill. And they're an even smaller percentage of the 4.9 million disabled veterans who our cause represents. But that goes back to the rats and the experiment and the value of hope. Hope always requires extra effort. And while we ask so much of our active members and leaders, we hope that you will make recruiting part of your efforts. For some reason, even though we help so many veterans in so many ways, most of our members do not recruit new members and take exception sometimes to being called recruiters. It's as if, for some reason, they'd been told that some military recruiters might stretch the truth or something. But our ability to represent the interests of our fellow veterans depends on our ability to add voices to our cause. We should, whenever we help a veteran, ask if he or she is a member. If you don't like the word recruiter, just call yourself an asker, but always ask them to join. It's a service to do so. And it's a positive way to validate the impact of the services that we provide. You never know when something that simple is going to be the encouragement someone needs when they need it most. We all need hope. Before I conclude, I want to talk about a veteran that I helped early in my time as a National Service Officer. Let me make a note, talk with Dan and Rob about slide choices after the session. That's in case you don't know who that is up there, or you think that it's a failed boy band. That is Randy Reese on your far right. Ed Hartman next to him. He didn't realize you shouldn't smoke. And some other fella next to him. Almost 30 years ago at the DAV National Service Officer Training Academy. Thanks a lot, guys. Boy, what I wouldn't give to be that slim again. As we've established, I was a lot younger when an Army veteran named John Leppelman came into my office. Although I did my best for every veteran in my caseload, I became captivated by the issue of post-traumatic stress, its causes, its symptoms, and how VA treated, both medically and in claims decisions, our veterans ravaged by this scourge. It became my specialty, and word was spreading. I was proud of that. Soon the majority of my cases involved post-traumatic stress. Most of our clients at the time, as they are now, were Vietnam veterans. But something about John seemed different. He had a hard life. It wasn't unusual for many of the folks that we helped in Seattle at the time, and especially our combat Vietnam veterans. But his age was expressed beyond the lines in his face, and the undercurrent of intensity that coursed beneath his 1,000-yard stare. When I dug into his records, I was in awe. John was introduced to Vietnam through his participation in Operation Junction City, the only combat jump of the war. As he adjusted to war, he had more than the enemy to face. The soldiers around him were being wounded by the dozens. His weapon would malfunction after every 6 to 10 rounds. And seeing a brave man's dead hands holding a jammed rifle left him, rightfully so, infuriated. He survived ambushes and being ordered to carry out suicide missions. He was wounded. His hearing was devastated. When he lost the use of his arm, he was accused of malingering. After a time, he began to feel as if his command, not the enemy, was intent on taking his life. In the Central Highlands, his short-staffed company was being ordered to take on hardened NVA battalions. He decided to take what was called a short, riverboats needed soldiers. He'd be happy to extend a full year in Vietnam to get away from leaders he felt he couldn't trust and to avoid the impossible situations that they would create. But he was devastated when he learned that his former company was decimated by both enemy contact and friendly fire. Along Vietnam's waterways, LEP, as he was known, experienced the Tet Offensive and the enemy using civilians as human shields. At that time, he said that he felt the politicians would not allow the military to achieve victory in Vietnam. Nonetheless, he extended for a third tour in country. Though he'd been commended for combat service after a disagreement with his captain, a reduction in rank, and some fun work details, he decided to try a new occupation. The war zone, he felt, was getting too stateside. He signed up for Special Forces and volunteered to become a ranger. He loved it, but his time as a LERP was short-lived. Well, the enemy never took him out. 2 types of malaria conspired, and he was medically evacuated out of Vietnam. He scored his final Article 15 at Fort Ord for refusing to put a base bumper on his new Camaro. John Leppelman was, at least from his records, a terrible garrison soldier. But he was, deep down, a brave and honorable man who had given more than his fair share in service. In spite of the distrust he held for most brass, he left the Army after 35 months in Vietnam with a Bronze Star with V device, the Purple Heart, and in spite of a hearty dose of non-judicial punishment, a Commendation Medal. The uniform he changed out of to avoid being mistreated by protesters also carried his CIB, his combat parachute wings, and an air medal. The man I met in 1996 was someone who'd had more than his share of difficulties. The habit of distrusting people in positions of authority was compounded by the way he was welcomed home by protesters. He was a man who lived with the war every day. And between the trauma he carried back to the States and the injuries that changed his abilities, he had an edge, and his coping mechanisms had severely limited his quality of life. His hope was in extremely short supply. But he was changed by DAV. Not only was he better able to take care of himself and his family when he began receiving the benefits he'd earned, he had experienced a modicum of justice that had been long overdue. And if he could get a fair shake at the hands of the United States government, what else was possible? He ultimately had a successful life as an entrepreneur, and he was loved and revered by many. As many of you may realize, although this is a true story of hope, it's also my way of recognizing and honoring our Vietnam veterans and all that they endured. Thank you for your service and your sacrifice. Although John and I had lost touch before he passed away in Seattle in 2019, I'm honored to have known him and to have had the opportunity to help him when he came to DAV for assistance. Though it's impossible, really, to say for certain, I believe that the hope he gained after experiencing our services helped him in other areas of his life. We can never truly understand what is happening in the hearts and minds of our fellow veterans or the others that we love. And many of us have experienced that lingering question. What could I have done? Or could I have done more? The beauty of being DAV is the knowledge that we're given to change a life, a family, and a household. We know and offer so many services that can replace apathy and despondency with purpose and with light. Thank you for being that light in your communities. Thank you for being a forward ambassador and connector for veterans, caregivers, and their spouses in your communities. And thank you for ensuring the promises kept to the deserving heroes like John Leppelman, like Ginger and Jonathan, Jasmine, Tyler, and the many, many more who count upon us for help. Commander, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Barry. That was a wonderful report. The chair will entertain a motion to accept our National Adjutant's outstanding report. May I have a second? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So ordered. Humana is one of the nation's leading health and well-being companies, and DAV is proud to partner with an organization that provides veterans with resources to maximize their physical and mental health. Their relationship with DAV began in 2020, and they have championed our members ever since. Joining us today from Humana is Kara Brown and Stephanie Mucky.
As Humana's National Director of Key Relationships, Kara Brown brings a wealth of management and leadership experience to serve customers in diverse and demanding markets. She has been with Humana for 18 years and specializes in growing and building out new territories for the Fortune 500 company. Stephanie Mucky leads Humana's National Health Equity and Social Impact Strategy, where her focus is on both community and business integration to improve the clinical and social health outcomes of veterans and their families. Her career developed out of her passion to serve and invest in the military communities that she has lived in for 20 plus years as a military spouse.
Good morning. What an honor to be in front of such an amazing audience. I'm so honored to be on this stage representing Humana as an associate for the past 19 years. I'm a granddaughter of 2 World War II veterans, Army and Navy, and another grandfather that was an Army veteran. Working for a company that makes veterans a priority every day and allows me to serve alongside DAV is so meaningful to me personally. Humana and DAV began our partnership journey in 2020. We are proud to support the wonderful work the DAV team does every day to improve the lives of veterans and their families. Humana deeply understands the value of the DAV and the important role the organization and all of you play as advocates for veterans and their families who need assistance. We are proud of what we have accomplished together so far and look forward to collaborating with you to make a positive impact for veterans across the country. We thank you for your partnership.
Thank you, Kara. As a proud Marine spouse, caregiver, and DAV Auxiliary Lifetime member, I'm also humbled and gracious to work alongside all of you in our commitment to veterans, service members, and their families. At Humana, we're on a mission to remove barriers to good health, one veteran at a time. By uniting with communities, veteran service organizations, veteran service officers, healthcare providers, and clinicians, we're working to combat hunger, homelessness, transportation barriers, and loneliness, all risk factors to veteran suicide. Honoring and serving veterans is at the core of what we do. We're committed to ensuring veterans and their families, no matter their age, race, or gender, have access to the care they need and deserve, especially those who stem from underserved and diverse communities. We have such a passionate team dedicated to making it easier for veterans and their families to achieve their best health. Just a few of the ways we're doing that include our Face the Fight veteran suicide prevention efforts, veteran-focused Humana USAA honor plans for Medicare Advantage beneficiaries, our TRICARE Health Program administration with the Department of Defense, our designated Veterans Call Center, veteran hiring initiatives, and health literacy programs. We also recognize and want to raise awareness of the valuable role a veteran service officer plays in a veteran's healthcare journey. Veteran service officers advocate and assist veterans with essential services that support their health care because no veteran should have to go it alone. To further strengthen our commitment to amplifying the important support veteran service officers provide, this year we launched 15 Things Veteran Service Officers Want You to Know, an online video course informed by more than 700 veteran service officers, including some of you in this room today. Through this collaborative, we aim to educate and encourage more veterans to seek out a free, accredited veteran service officer to assist in navigating benefits and services that can directly improve their health. To all of the veteran service officers here today, thank you for the critical work you do, and we value your partnership. Another impactful project we've been rolling out this year is the launch of a veteran-ready healthcare certificate program for our healthcare providers and employees at our primary care centers. CenterWell Senior Primary Care is the largest, fastest-growing, senior-focused, value-based care provider in the country. And together with its sister brand, Conviva Care Center, the businesses make up Humana's primary care organization, delivering care to about 318,000 seniors in nearly 300 centers across the country. When healthcare professionals and systems are responsive to their patients' cultural backgrounds, and this includes veteran status, patients are more likely to receive appropriate care, to show up to appointments, to follow through with treatment plans, and be more transparent in disclosing their health-related needs. We are training, preparing, and certifying our staff through courses about military culture, communicating with veterans, suicide prevention, and more, enabling a more genuine connection and better support for the unique health needs of aging veterans and their families. We want our clinicians, providers, communities, agents, associates, and frankly our nation to understand our military-affiliated community the same way those of us in this room do. And we want them to take action to address the needs of our veterans and their families. As a caregiver myself, I can tell you that this work matters. And it makes a difference in the lives of our veterans and their families. It is truly an honor and a privilege to work alongside DAV on behalf of Humana. We look forward to all that we can do and accomplish together in the months and years to come. Thank you.
Each year, DAV recognizes a veteran who steps up, goes above and beyond, and serves as a shining example of fulfilling DAV's commitment in supporting the men and women who served, all despite their illness or injuries. Terry Hillard enlisted in the Marine Corps in 1964 as a machine gunner and didn't waste any time in being sent to Vietnam. His time in combat was marred by fierce fighting and death. Throughout the 13 months he served in company with Charlie Company, 1st Battalion, 5th Marines. There were too many firefights to count. However, in the decades to follow, Terry could come to find that the Agent Orange exposure would be one of his most brutal battles. Right after Vietnam, however, Terry chose to serve once again, this time with the Chicago Police Department. He rose through the ranks, was injured in the line of duty, and rounded out his illustrious career by serving as the city's police superintendent, Chicago's top cop. Today, he continues to serve his city and veteran Chicago police officers and other first responders by setting up a club specifically for them to receive VA benefits, thanks to DAV. A 2-time cancer survivor, each stemming from his military service, Terry still takes time out of his day to ensure his brothers and sisters in uniform get what they've already earned. Now let's get to know Terry a little better.
Marine Corps taught me how to really be a man. It taught me how to be a leader in the sense that if you take care of your people will take care of you. My time in Vietnam, I spent about 13 and a half months there. I was in Charlie 1-5 when we went over. I was a 0331, I was a machine gunner. After coming ashore at Da Nang, we went straight to the field. The second day, believing that we were He-Men and stuff like that, I saw the first person I'd ever seen get killed. That was a wake-up call for all of us. This is the real thing. This is real life. Very thankful and very blessed and very fortunate. I came out, I didn't get wounded in Vietnam, but I saw a lot of people die, saw a lot of people injured. Well, I just have to tell you that Vietnam was hell. I'm a survivor, a two-time cancer survivor. You know, colon cancer, where they took out 36 inches of my colon, and then prostate cancer, which, you know, I'm doing good, but still got some issues and some residuals behind it, you know. But right now, there's no cancer detectable. I never associated the prostate cancer to Vietnam because really I didn't keep up with you know, I didn't have a claim in, so I didn't keep up with it. Agent Orange, I never heard of it while the whole time I was in Vietnam. Didn't even know that they were spraying defolin. I didn't associate the colon cancer to Camp Lejeune during the 2 years that I was there until really all the advertisements. Jesse Brown, my brother-in-law, he tried to get me a number of times to file a claim, even when he was Secretary of Veteran Affairs, and I wouldn't do it. I was really afraid to submit a claim, thinking that if Chicago Police Department, the city of Chicago, found out I had some type of disability claim coming from the VA, that I might be terminated. A buddy of mine invited me out to the DAV Chapter 42 meeting out in Addison. And he said, I got 2 people that you need to meet that work for DAV. And he said, they're National Service Officers. He said, you had cancer, you had prostate cancer, you had colon cancer, you got a pacemaker. He said, you got high blood pressure. You need to go and talk to these guys. I can truthfully tell you, when I left her that night, you know, I was very confident that something was going to happen. Well, I knew no more than a few weeks later that this was the real deal. You know, DAV was the organization that I was going to stay with. DAV was the organization that I was going to recommend.
Everything that he went through is what these new generation of police officers and firemen are going through right now. And it took us going through his claim process for him to realize that he needs to have every police officer and fireman who serves our country to identify and attain the benefits they deserve, and they've earned. Terry was inviting Chicago police officers to the Addison chapter to work on their claims. Every Chicago police officer fireman was rather hesitant in openly filing claims around numerous civilians. A lot of them were members of the DAV, but they still felt this protective cone around them. Myself, Terry Hillard, and Chapter Service Officer Matthew Bream met on the south side of Chicago one day. We're trying to figure out how to build this trust.
Chicago Police, Chicago Fire Veterans Club. Get the word out to the policemen and to the firemen and get them to come. We tell them why we're doing that. We have 3 or 4 people like myself. Let them tell their story, you know, and why we don't want you guys to go through what we did for 40 years. What we did for 40 years, we didn't even attempt. At least tell these guys and girls, let's attempt. Come to our seminar, sit down with our chapter service officers and our national service officers, and they will be able to guide you in the right direction.
Terry Hillard is looked upon by our younger officers and even the elder officers as somebody that has credibility because he has rose through the ranks and he's done the job on the streets. Terry Hillard was the police. And that's why when Terry Hillard stands up in front of the veterans at the meeting, he brings a sense of trust and credibility that the officers there and the firemen there know that they're in a safe spot.
This is a model that works, and it can work in any city in the United States. All it takes is people like Terry Hillard to help build that confidence.
I know we got young cops and young firemen out there who really believe that they deserve something, but they're afraid. And that's what we're in this for.
Ladies and gentlemen, for his consistent service to his fellow disabled veterans across Chicago, it is my distinct honor to introduce Terry Hillard, our 2024 Disabled American Veteran of the Year and DAV Life member of Chapter 42 in Addison, Illinois.
Get mark, ready, set, let's go. Dance floor pro, I know, you know, I go psycho when my new joint hit. Just can't sit, gotta get jiggy with it. That's it, now honey, honey, come ride. DKNY, all up in my eye. You got a rider, bag with a lot of stuff in it. Give it to your friend, let's spin. Everybody looking at me, glancing at the kid. Wishing they was dancing the jig here with this handsome kid. Sick a cigar right from Cuba Cuba. Just bite it, it's for the look, I don't light it. It'll wait the family.
Hello, DAV. Good morning. It's great to be surrounded by so many veterans and advocates. And I want to thank you so much to Commander Espinoza for that kind introduction and for this recognition. Also, when Commander Espinoza called me and let me know that I'd be receiving this award at our national convention, I'm going to tell you, I was swelled with pride, big-headed. That was until I was told that was in Phoenix in August. I had a lot of ice water, I'm telling you. You know, on a serious note, first let me thank my beautiful wife of 54 years, Dorothy. I call her girl. Yeah. Like I said, her name is Dorothy. I've been calling the girl for 57 years. And my wonderful, awesome daughter, Terry Lee, over there. And without their support, I know I wouldn't be here on this stage right now with you. And I want to say thanks to the DAV Chapter 42, Illinois, for allowing us to do the necessary work to earn this meaningful award. Now, when I think about the Chicago Police and Chicago Fire Veterans Club, I can't help marvel at its growth. And what started out as a very humble gathering of about 50 people on June 4th, 2022 has now blossomed, and I mean blossomed, into a community of over 200 plus first responders all thanks to DAV's support. And I stand here today, I share this honor with some unsung heroes who make our work possible. People like Assistant Supervisor of the DAV National Service Office in Chicago, Carlo Malone, a Marine. And Senior National Service Officer John Rodriguez, who my wife taught at Washington High School in biology. Their experience and time have been very instrumental in ensuring that many Chicago police and Chicago fire veterans could access their earned benefits. We also wouldn't have had our many successes without the DAV Chapter 42 service officers that I'm about to name. Chicago Police Sergeant Matt Breen, Chicago Fire Paramedic in Charge Emily Pecoraro, and Chicago firefighter Eric McLean, all veterans and Chicago first responders themselves. Now, if you take one thing away from our story and from this convention today, I'd hope it's not about me. I hope it's about the Chicago model has proven to work. And far too many of my brothers and sisters in law enforcement and fire departments are afraid to seek benefits that they've earned in service across this nation. I hope, my hope, is not just a wish, but a call to action. Let's replicate the success of the Chicago model in major cities across the nation, from Philadelphia to Miami, from Boston to Los Angeles. Wherever veterans are serving their communities, DAV can and they will make a difference. All they need is another Carlo Malone and John Rodriguez. And if anyone here wants to learn anything, want to learn any more about what and how we did it in Chicago, find me. I'll be here. Or find Carlo. But I also want to thank the Chicago Fraternal Order of Police Lodge Number 7 and its president, John Catanzaro, Jr., for the use of their building and for our meetings. Without their support, their total support, this would not have been possible. Off key for 1 minute. The three groups that filed the least amount of claims: airline pilots, firefighters, and cops. It took me decades to seek my earned benefits, and it pains me to think that others like me are doing the same in this day and age. 4 decades is a long time to submit a claim, too long. And I can still hear the echo from my brother-in-law, Jesse Brown, who served as the executive director of DAV's Washington headquarters before becoming Secretary of Veteran Affairs. And Jesse used to always remind me, it is never, ever too late to get what you've earned. Let's do something about it. Let's replicate the Chicago model nationwide. I want to thank you again for this great honor, and please know that I have nothing but the utmost respect and admiration, not only for DAV, its incredible leaders, its dedicated service officers, and its awesome staff that help change the lives of veterans each and every day. Thank you all. God bless you. Please continue to do the awesome work that you do for our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you again for all you do for your
Our next guest represents a company that goes above and beyond the call of duty to serve those who served, USAA. Founded in 1922 by a group of 25 military officers in San Antonio to meet the unique needs of the military and veterans community, USAA is a longtime friend of DAV and the veterans we together serve. From insurance to banking products and services, the company helps more than 13 million members of the veterans community protect the interests of their families with an unparalleled level of outstanding service. Please welcome retired Major General Robert F. Whittle, Jr. to the stage.
Retired General Robert F. Whittle, Jr. serves as USAA's Senior Vice President and CEO Chief of Staff. In his role, Bob guides the strategic execution and coordination of all critical activities for the USAA Senior Leadership Team and the USAA Board of Directors. Bob served 33 years in the Army before retiring in June 2023 as Deputy Commanding General of Operations for U.S. Army North.
How's everybody doing today? That would be the Army bugle, I suppose, right? Well, it's good to see you all. Wow, the lights are bright up here. I can't really see the audience, but I know you're out there, so fantastic. Hey, so I thought I would talk about a couple things. One, I want to thank Nancy and Barry for your leadership of this incredible organization, which I did not really know well at all until sitting through all of these presentations this morning and learning everything that you all do. The DAV is just amazing. And so I thought I would just briefly talk a little bit about who we are at Team USAA. And then if you don't mind, I'll talk a little bit about who I think you are here at DAV. So first of all, we know they're out there right now, right? We've got soldiers, Marines, airmen, sailors in harm's way. They're out there making sure that the global commons stays open, that we have freedom of navigation. They're guarding the embassies. They're fighting wherever they need to fight, in the Middle East, Africa, Asia, wherever needed. And they're taking a lot of risk. And when they do that, nobody knows better than this audience right here that it's hard on them and their families at home. Back in 1922, service members could not get car insurance. No one would insure them because they moved all the time. They deployed. They were considered high risk. So 25 soldiers got together in San Antonio, and they were like, hey, how hard can this be? Let's just form an insurance company. And they formed USAA. 1922. 1 year later, they made the questionable decision of admitting the Navy as well. And after that, we opened it up to the entire armed forces, and USAA has been there ever since. Right now, if a service member gets told they have to deploy in 48 hours to anywhere in the Middle East or anywhere in the world, and they call USAA and ask for life insurance, they get life insurance immediately. There's not a bunch of medical paperwork, because why? Well, USAA knows. If you're going to deploy, you're probably pretty healthy, right? We don't need to give you a big physical or anything else. So that's how this incredible company works. I've been there for 15 months, and I just love being in it. But let's get back to who you all are. So like we said, they are out there in harm's way, on the wall, making sure that our freedom stays free, right? They're making sure that this nation can exist. And when you're out there doing that, the reason that you're willing to do it is should you give your life for your country, your family's going to be taken care of. Should you be injured, your health is going to be taken care of. And that's what you do here. That's what this incredible organization does. DAV makes sure that every serving service member knows they will have the care they need if something should happen to them. And for that, I just want to say thank you. God bless you. God bless our veterans. And God bless our service members that are in harm's way. Thank you.
Based locally, Tri-West Healthcare Alliance and DAV have a lot in common. We both share a laser focus on exclusively serving the needs of veterans and their families. The company has been on a mission to serve our community through access to convenient and affordable health care that truly honors the sacrifices we and our families made as a result of our time in service. For nearly 2 decades, Tri-West has administered TRICARE, and for more than a decade, they have provided community care support to the Department of Veterans Affairs. Along the way, they've been a significant supporter of our mission, both through their contributions to our cause and through our shared mission of ensuring promises are kept to our heroes and their family. Representing Tri-West is Senior Vice President of Strategic Communications and Advocacy, Donna Hoffmeyer.
With more than 30 years of experience, success, and accomplishments in the private and public sectors as a senior executive, Donna Hoffmeyer is the Senior Vice President of Strategic Communications and Advocacy at Tri-West. Donna served in the Navy for a total of 20 years, 11 years on active duty, and 9 years in the Navy Reserves.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. The teleprompter says good morning, but I know it's actually afternoon now. So the first thing I'd like to say is on behalf of Dave McIntyre, our CEO, he sends his apologies for not being able to join you here today. His 90-year-old father, who is a former Army physician, is ill and has been hospitalized, so Dave took an early morning flight today to be with his father in Montana. However, as a life member of DAV, it's an honor for me to be here on his behalf and on behalf of our leadership team and all employees at Tri-West Healthcare Alliance to welcome you to Tri-West's hometown of Phoenix. We're excited to have you here for the DAV National Convention. As you heard, Tri-West has supported your annual convention for the past decade, and we've also been an ongoing sponsor of the National Disabled Veterans Winter Sports Clinic. I always just call it the Winter Sports Clinic, and the Veterans Golf Clinic. I personally have attended the Winter Sports Clinic many, many times, and I've seen firsthand the very powerful impact it has on the lives of those who participate. So thank you, DAV, for your work with that. It's an amazing event. Since our founding in 1996, Tri-West has been the only company of its kind with one sole purpose that continues today, and that is to serve the healthcare needs of our nation's military and veterans community. For 17 years, Tri-West administered the Department of Defense TRICARE program in the western half of the United States. And since 2014, we've been privileged to support the healthcare needs of veterans through the VA Community Care Program and the 14 western states shown on the map. In this role, we work with the VA medical centers across our regions to build a network that's tailored to meet their specific needs. And then we work to make sure that that network of community providers is paid accurately and timely for the care they deliver to veterans. This network of providers has delivered to veterans everything from transplants to cancer care, from primary care to health care, and then everything in between. On January 1st, we will be returning to support DoD and the next generation of the TRICARE program and the new and expanded 26-state TRICARE West region. So if you use TRICARE in the regions on this map, in the area on this map, you'll begin to hear more about this transition in the coming months. Last, but certainly not least, I'd like to thank all of DAV's staff and members for your service and for what you do for veterans. This quote from former DAV National Commander World War II Bill Kirby, which is inscribed in the American Veterans Disabled for Life Memorial in Washington, D.C., seems fitting for how my colleagues and I at Tri-West feel about our privileged mission to serve those who have served. I shall recall with respect those who fought with me and were scarred with bullets, left limbless by bombs. I shall recall with humility those who are stronger and braver than me, and I shall recall the celebration and joy our nation's heritage of selfless sacrifice and commitment to the common good. In closing, we hope that you have a great time here in Phoenix and that you enjoy the DAV Fun Night Monday night with Gary Sinise and the Lieutenant Dan Band. And we'd also encourage you to just stop by our booth, get to know a little bit more about who we are and what we do to support the military and veteran community. So thank you again.
Thank you, Donna. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you for your service.
I will now ask our National Adjutant to read DAV's Statement of Policy, to list committee advisors whom I have appointed and who received the approval of the National Executive Committee at its most recent meeting, and to make any further announcements.
DAV was founded on the principle that this nation's first duty to veterans is the rehabilitation and welfare of its wartime disabled. This principle envisions: 1, high-quality hospital and medical care provided by the Department of Veterans Affairs for veterans with disabilities incurred in or aggravated by service in America's armed forces. 2, adequate compensation for the loss resulting from such service-connected disabilities. 3, vocational rehabilitation and/or education to help the disabled veteran prepare for and obtain gainful employment. 4, enhanced opportunities for employment and preferential job placement so that the remaining ability of the disabled veteran is used productively. 5, adequate compensation to the surviving spouses and dependents of veterans whose deaths are held to be service-connected under laws administered by the Department of Veterans Affairs. 6, enhanced outreach to ensure that disabled veterans receive all benefits they have earned and that the American people understand and respect the needs these veterans encounter as a result of their disabilities. It therefore follows that we will not take action on any resolution that proposes legislation designed to provide benefits for veterans, their surviving spouses, and dependents which are based upon other than wartime service-connected disability. We shall not oppose legislation beneficial to those veterans not classified as service-connected disabled, except when it is evident that such legislation will jeopardize benefits for service-connected disabled veterans. And while our first duty as an organization is to assist service-connected disabled veterans, their surviving spouses, and their dependents, we shall, within the limits of our resources, assist others in filing, perfecting, and prosecuting their claims for benefits. Since this represents the principle upon which our organization was founded, and since it is as sound at this time as it was in 1920, we hereby reaffirm this principle as the policy for disabled American veterans. I would now like to read into the record National Commander Espinosa's appointed Convention Committee advisors. For the Committee on Credentials, National Membership Director Doug Wells and National Judge Advocate Mike Dobmeyer. For the Committee on General Resolutions and Membership, Assistant National Legislative Director Marquis Bearfield and Assistant National Legislative Director Naomi Mathis. For the Committee on Legislation and Veterans' Rights, National Legislative Director Joy Elam and Deputy National Service Director for Training Scott Hope. For the Committee on Constitution and Bylaws, Inspector General Ed Hartman and past National Commander Rob Reynolds. For the Committee on Employment, National Employment Director Ryan Burgos and Assistant National Employment Director Jeremy Yost. For the Committee on Hospital and Voluntary Services, National Voluntary Services Director John Kleindienst and Assistant National Legislative Director John Retzer. And lastly, for the Committee on Nomination of National Officers, past National Commander Joe Johnston and Executive Director of the Department of Connecticut, Al Church. Advisors can pick up their committee folders from the Resolutions Office located in West Building 212A. I have a few other announcements. I'm going to try to do this quickly. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, we will host the Service and Legislative Seminar, in which we'll welcome Ranking Member House Veterans Affairs Committee Representative Mark Takano, VA Undersecretary for Health Dr. Sharif Elnahal, VA Undersecretary for Benefits Josh Jacobs, Chairman of the Board of Veterans Appeals Jaime Arizago Soto, and those who are interested in attending should be in their seats by 1:45 so that the seminar can begin promptly at 2 o'clock. You won't want to miss that important discussion. Tonight, we'll be honoring our top elected leader and your service during the National Commander's Reception held in North 120 AD at 7:30 p.m. Please remember, you'll need your credentials in order to gain entry. The Convention Center folks are not messing around with the credentials, if any of you have run into that. Beginning this afternoon at 4:15, convention committees are scheduled to meet. Those of you who have been elected to convention committees are asked to be on time and in the room assigned for your meeting. We ask that the committees complete their work as soon as possible, but thoroughly. Those who plan to attend the introduction of national officers and dinner on Tuesday evening must RSVP for the gathering. Those who did not RSVP for the officer dinner when pre-registering online must do so on site at registration no later than tomorrow at 4 p.m. Important note, tickets will not be issued for this event. Instead, an email will be sent by Tuesday morning to attendees who RSVP'd, noting their assigned table number and further instructions regarding how to check in at the entrance to the dinner. For Fun Night on Monday at 8, we're thrilled to welcome back our old friend and longtime veteran supporter, Gary Sinise and the Lieutenant Dan Band. This year, we mark 3 decades since DAV first recognized Gary following the release of Forrest Gump, and he is eager to celebrate. Fun Night is once again being presented by our friends at Tri-West, as you just heard, and we can't thank Tri-West enough for all of their dedicated support and their generosity over the years. They helped make this event a success, and I know everyone in this room appreciates it. Check your program or convention app on your phone for more information on the events and links to view and download photos, reports, and other content from our convention. On behalf of the entire DAV and DAV Auxiliary, I'd like to offer my sincere appreciation and gratitude to Caption Call by Sorensen, who generously sponsored the closed captioning for this year's National Convention. Our first business session will convene tomorrow at 9 a.m. At that time, we'll hear reports from our headquarters executive directors and our chairman of the board of directors. We'll also honor employers, VA employees, volunteers, and our top recruiters. On Tuesday morning, as is our usual practice, we'll host a parade of donors. Those who wish to donate to any DAV entity are encouraged, in the interest of time, to fill out the forms in your bags before making your way to our donation space, West Exhibit Hall 2, located inside registration on the lower level. Every year, A&W celebrates National Root Beer Float Day on August 6th. And in exchange for a free root beer float, A&W asks their guests to pay it forward. Together with franchise partners, they have raised over $500,000 for DAV since 2013. Thanks to our great partners at A&W, immediately following our opening session, even though you should be eating lunch, free root beer floats will be made available to you all in West Exhibit Hall 1, which is located on the lower level. So if you want to go get a start on your lunch by having an A&W float, please go to the lower level. We're giving away 3 $50 gift certificates that can be redeemed at the DAV store online or here during the convention. All registered convention attendees are eligible but must be present to win. And if I call your name and you are in the hall, please see Membership Director Doug Wells up here in front of the stage as soon as we adjourn. Winner number 1, Kathy Williams, Georgia, number 50. Vicki Brown, Oklahoma, number 43. And J.W. Jolly, Texas, number 44.
Thanks, Barry. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are able, please rise, and I will ask Chaplain Varner Dancer to lead us in a closing prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty Creator, we're truly thankful for this space that has been allowed for us today. May we walk away with wisdom as we, one of another, continue our service into one another. We thank you for the wisdom and knowledge. We close this part of our session with gratitude and thanksgiving. And until we meet again, we surrender our hearts to our fellow veterans, their families, and our friends abroad. These and all things we give thanks. And the people said, Amen.
This convention stands in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you.